Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are back for another month of one-shots. One-shot. This, of course, is our... and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are back. Why am I getting... I'm getting a reverb from myself. One-shot. This, everything else. Alright, there we go. It's always something when you're live. And running a number of one-shots with incredible people. But working with so many incredible people means that every time I work with somebody new, we have to do a new tech check and get everything back in the right order. Anyway, hello. Thank you for stopping by. We are the People's Ascension. This is our July month of one-shots charity drive. All throughout July, any donations received are going to be going towards reproductive rights and abortion access, most specifically the National Abortion Federation and the Center for Reproductive Rights. You can find more about that down below, but there is also a donation link down in the About tab. It should be just right below, where you are watching right now. You can click on the banner, or there's a link there you can go to, and that'll be how you donate. There's a little tracking bar up in the corner up there. I've decided to revise the donations and donation incentive and charity buys for this game and going forward. So a little bit more on that later. Yes, this stream, this whole month of streaming is going to be dedicated to the National Abortion Federation and the Center for Reproductive Rights, both incredibly useful, incredibly helpful organizations right now. This is a very important time in everybody's lives. It's a cause that I feel very strongly about, bodily autonomy, freedom, choice. It's very important, and even on top of that, I don't want to say more so, but even on top of that is the safety and security and well-being of everybody involved right now. So the National Abortion Federation has two different funds that they're using at the moment. One goes towards security, logistics, staffing, and training for the actual providers and the facilities that do these operations, which is not just abortion, but all sorts of reproductive health, contraceptives, all of that stuff that is continuing to be an issue. So part of that money is going to be going to them, providing security, making sure they are well staffed and trained, and have everything they need. Then on the other side of that is the Dr. Morgenthaler Patient Assistance Fund, which not only goes towards helping with monetary support for these procedures, but also for things like travel advisory, family care, making sure that the whole process is safe and discreet for everybody involved. And of course, the Center for Reproductive Rights is the large worldwide umbrella organization for reproductive rights, usually focused elsewhere where we don't have these freedoms, but now our own freedoms are being stripped away. So they're refocusing back on America right now. They are one of the big organizations, the big organization for legal and political advocacy. So they're helping not only from the top with federal, but towards states, and they're also working with individual like clinics and smaller organizations, and even individuals that come under, well, the fire that they're coming under right now. So any donations that you can give are going to be very useful to a lot of important people, to everybody right now. So I heavily suggest, if you can, if you have the means to, if you enjoy the show, please donate. None of that is going to us. I believe I've taken away any mention of our Ko-Fi. Don't tip me. You can subscribe if you want, but the channel is not the important part here. If you want to give, please give to the donations. And about that, you can see right below me, in the box below me, we have some charity buys. So all throughout this month in the various games, you can buy the players some extra help, or increase the danger for them. So you can read that down below, but every $5 you can give a player a reroll. So when you donate or in chat, just say who you would like to give a reroll to. That's going to be very helpful in this game because it's a fistful of D6 system. So rerolling all of those D6 is very helpful. For $25, you buy them an auto success. That means if they want to do something, it just happens. As long as it's, more or less in reason. They can't like blow up a sun or something. And then, of course, for $50, if you want to be on my side, which is always fun, you can make it harder, which was a ton of fun in Cyberpunk. Uh, so make it harder. It's super fun. And on top of that, every $50 we get hits a milestone. That is what we are tracking up in the corner right now. Every $50 will grant the party a powerful boon, whether that is a magic item or something more narrative. But cool things will happen. And then, of course, every $250, so every time that ticks over 5 times, there is going to be a giveaway of all kinds of fun games and other prizes provided by our generous sponsors. So hopefully we'll be getting to that. We are already at $100 total, so we only need that current bar to tick over 3 more times. 100, 150, 200, 250. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's the general rundown. Today, we're going to be playing Veil of the Void, which I am super excited for because it's one of my favorite systems. It's actually, it was actually Season 1 of RPGs Uncovered, the series I run, dedicated to showcasing and teaching new games. So hopefully I remember how to play this. No, I do. It's a great game. And we're going to have a good time. It's a sci-fi, science fantasy, sort of space opera game. I believe that is all of my important announcements. If you would like to stay up to date with anything else we are doing, like I said, we have games all throughout the month. You can follow us on Twitter, or you can hop down in our Discord, which is linked below, and that's where all the announcements and adverts for everything we have going on. Wednesday, we're going to be playing some Alchemical Romance, and Thursday, we're going to be playing Monster Hearts 2, both at 6 p.m. EST, right here. Anyway, I think that is enough of me talking. Let's pass it over to our fantastic players, and I'm super excited to get into this game. So let's start with Haley here. Hello, Haley. Thank you for joining us. All 3 of you are new here on this channel, so tell the people who you are and where they can find you.
Yeah, hi. Hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. I am a cast member of Another Bad Side Quest. You can find me on Twitter at Haley Ann, or I'm way more prevalent in the ABSQ scene. So go ahead and find us on Twitter at Another BS Quest, which is fun. Or you can see us on Twitch every Tuesday at 6:30 at Another Bad Side Quest. Yeah, fun stuff.
Awesome. Let's throw it over to Katya with the fantastic Elfier props.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Tell people about yourself, where we can find you.
I would love to. I am actually like as you're saying this, I first of all thank you for a great introduction. I am so happy to be a part of such an important stream. But as you were saying this, I was like looking through the book just one more time just to make sure, because it's my first time playing it, and I'm so excited for the system because I'm mainly like in 5e as like kind of the mainstream of TTRPGs. So, but this system is so intriguing and so strange because I love how it focuses on the story. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be talking about me. Hold on. Anyway, so hi, my name is Katya. I'm a cast member of the wonderful D20 Tales. And we are a very exciting group of adventurers that travel through the world of Grigorshiev. I'm one of the more recent cast members that have joined our party. And I can't wait to see what happens with this show. Oh, I suppose I'm also an actress and a writer, but that's also out there. So pass it on to you, Rose.
Yes, Rose. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Yes, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. And I'm so happy to be here with some other really amazing creatives. So my name is Rose. I don't know if it's kind of underneath me on the little tag. You can find me on Twitter at Rose Valorum. I am also a cast member with D20 Tales. So you can find us live on YouTube every Friday at 5 p.m. PDT. And yeah.
Awesome.
We're out here.
Awesome. Well, thank you 3 for joining us. We're gonna have a great game. We have some great players here. We do have that other 4th box down there. We have another player coming in, but he's currently being held hostage. His character is being held hostage. I don't know about Bravin himself, but he's been on the channel before. You might recognize him. He was in our RPGs Uncovered, the Veil of Void season. So he's going to be back with a new character sometime probably around the halfway mark. Okay, I think that covers everything we need to cover, and we can jump into this game.
How exciting.
Great.
So, to set the scene, and I will say for anybody who may be around from way back when we first started doing this, RPGs Uncovered, there is a lot of tie-in between that first season, the adventures of the Siren Sun game, but none of that is required information. But if you're familiar with it, you might see some hints. To set the scene, we zoom in through space across the stars to this large space station. Massive space station. One of the biggest in the galaxy. This is a major trade hub, and with it, a major place of political and strategic importance. It is right at the center of 3 or 4 different major political galactic entities. So a lot of trade goes through here. A lot of important both business and political travel. But more so than that, it is a station with a large and very diverse population. And with any large, diverse population requiring money from various places and being used by various places and organizations to generate money, there is inequality, unfortunately. Our story takes place in a poorer section of the station, a lower class section of the station. The camera starts off up top towards the top of the space station, where we're looking in through a window at the desk of station security, and we can see 4 individuals there speaking with a large Korean man, large individual, 4 arms, deep purplish skin, having some sort of meeting. We're not focused on them, however. They're going to be doing their own thing. We continue down through the station towards near the bottom. The original station. Back when the station was much smaller and was little more than stabilizing thrusters and some docking bays. Now those docking bays have been converted into living quarters. Those thrusters been decommissioned, power sent elsewhere, and are being used to power smaller things like refrigeration and lights. Unfortunately, this section of the station is not well maintained and not well policed. And that's where this is going to be taking place. We see marching. I shouldn't say marching. This isn't a military organization. This is a gang scrabbling throughout the streets, pushing people as they go, shouting amongst themselves, laughing, drinking, throwing a bottle down across the street. We see a number of Korean individuals, again, Koreans being these large, imposing figures, 4 arms, bluish purple skin, thick white or black beards, hair. This is the Formolar gang, a gang that's been growing in notoriety recently. A gang others in the station are familiar with, including station security. Unfortunately, they have bigger problems right now. Problems we're not going to get into. But on the side of each of their large shoulders, their upper arms, you can see there's a large runic tattoo that is 4 hands clasped together. It's the Formolar gang. Now, I will leave it to the players to introduce their characters. But however they came to this knowledge, and for whatever reason they would like to do something about it, this section of the station has recently become occupied by the Formolar gang. People have gone missing. It happens now and then. It happens more frequently when gang activity is involved. whether it's random acts of violence, protection, racketeering, whatever it may be. But this is something more. People are going missing. Sometimes taken, but also sometimes not quite overtly. And then the howls and screams in the night started, deep within the heavily occupied territory of the Four Muller gang. So we're going to zoom through the now darkened, dimmed emergency lighting streets, past trash flowing from the ventilation system, broken bottles, cigarettes, various other drugs, injectables, whatever it may be. This is a rundown area, and becoming more rundown day by day. We zoom past all of that to where we find our players. So let's start with Katya. Feel free to make up your story. Where do we find who are you playing? What are you playing? And where do we find your character?
Before I begin, I would like to ask, do we reveal our class here as well, or just
Sure.
describe it? Okay,
Sure.
great. So I am playing an Elan mechanic, elf with light purple skin, who is currently sitting in a small dark room that is very quiet. All of the metallic walls are padded up with blankets, with pillows, with anything to make it as silent as possible, while the entire floor is covered with different pieces of machinery, and she is working on something very, very tentatively. And the moment she hears the sirens outside, and once again the sound, it just sets her off for a moment. She looks up and then focuses back on her work as the pieces in her hands slowly begin to glow with like light green.
All right. We'll leave you there with your work for now, but there are constant interruptions of these gang members harassing people outside, throwing bottles against buildings for the fun of it. Haley, your character, I think, would make sense to introduce now. Who are you playing and where can we find them?
Yeah. So I am playing Cassiopeia, Cass, to their friends. They are probably walking down a hallway, dressed in very basic linens. But Cass is a Celestia, and they are sort of a sliver of the universe that has been encased in a glass humanoid-shaped shell. And while typically that glass is perfectly smooth and put together, Cass has a very broken part of their left chest that has been shattered and repaired with stained glass and silver soldering. A brush with death that they were rescued from. And they are a mimic, so they have a sort of bow staff looking thing that is strapped to their back and some interesting looking glass shards at their hip. And they're gonna walk down this hallway and go knock on the door of their rescuer.
Let's leave that there at the doorway, and we'll pick up. Cause let's introduce Rose, your character. Who are you playing, and what are they up to right now?
Delightful. I am playing a Quarian named Asta. So you see an obscenely tall figure. They, Asta stands at a wonderful 7 feet and 7 inches. She has deep purple, like purple reddish skin with veins that look like fire, just all across her forearms and torso. That is covered most part by some beautiful, tough looking, I'll call them tunic. She is standing in the corner of a crowded room watching the people move in and around and how they interact. And every now and again, one of her eyebrow raises as she hears a little interesting tidbit. And then watching the flow of people interact and move and leave as everybody goes about their business. Asta crosses the lower two of her arms, well, all four of her arms, really, and leans back, and you can see that there's a large sort of metal contraption on her back, as well as four small sticks, more or less, strapped to her hip. Asta is a thaumatek.
All right. Let's pick up with Cass knocking on Ilaria's door.
And Ilaria hears the knock. Once again, her head just shoots up with like the anger and frustration in her eyes. But then suddenly she stops, slowly lowers the machinery that she was holding in her hands, and goes, "I know that breathing. Cass,
I know you hate noise. I'm sorry to make noise.
it's okay. Come in."
May I come in? And so I will, as gingerly as possible, step into this room, look at the array of things on your floor. I'm sorry to interrupt your work, but the lady at the front reception desk, she's gone.
Just dropping the machinery, Ilaria just grows a concerned look. Gone, you mean like just on a break? Or gone, you mean like taken by one of those idiots out there?
Gone as in she's been gone for several hours and no one knows where she is.
Oh,
She was always very nice. I will miss her.
that's gonna put damper on the work. You seem worried.
I liked her. She is the first person that has left that I considered a friend.
Sometimes friendship can be a bit overrated. But if you are worried, we can see if we can try and find her. Maybe she just got lost somewhere. Station is fairly big.
True. Not everybody is capable of keeping track of all of the routes as well as some of us.
Would you like to go look for her?
Yes, I would like that very much.
Okay. Ilaria moves the creation to the side, kind of like haphazardly because it didn't work anyway. So, and then she gets up to full 6 feet tall, and then fixes her clothing, and then nods. Then let's go.
This is funny because Celestia are on average between 4 and 5 feet tall. So I'm very tall for my species. I am 5 foot flat. This is gonna be good. A great mental image.
I'm still not as tall as Rose's character, so I'm happy we have like a whole like system here.
A step ladder, if you will.
Yep. Like that.
All right. Well, whether it was instilling false hope, wishful thinking, simply comforting Cass, Ilaria, it's doubtful she's just lost somewhere. But we'll leave the two of you to make your way outside, and we'll figure out where you're wandering to in the unlikely chance you happen to stumble upon this person. Asta. Where where exactly again, remind me? I mean, we don't have a map or any pre-established locations.
Mhm.
But where are you, and how might you why is it that you care about this situation? That these people are going missing?
I am a Quarian who very much cares about the business of other Quarians, and the fact that the Formular Gang, I have heard whispers that something has gone terribly wrong, and the fact that I know that the Formular Gang is probably involved is incredibly disturbing, and also, fills Asta with rage. And so she is watching, she's standing down, like, right towards the entrance, more or less entrance, but towards the lower part of the ship in a, like, in a corridor that sees a lot of, what's what I'm looking for? Traffic, to try and see if she can see anything unusual, monitor the situation, and get the best of her bearings.
All right. Yeah, you can hang out towards, well, as close as this gang will let you approach to the section that they've fortified as their sort of HQ here. What used to be probably what used to be some sort of food processing plant and associated outbuildings and whatnot has now been taken over by this gang as their stomping grounds, their HQ while they're here. And again, they're not a military by any means, and they're not a massive force. And when I say it's a Korean gang, it's mostly Korean, but they have recruited and brought other individuals, other species into the fold. So every now and then you see some humans walking about with with the tattoos, some of the colors of the gang. You might see some Topican, some plant people involved. An array of individuals, but it's mostly Korean. And that diversity is reflected in the general population around here as well.
Mhm.
Now, you've noticed there's not a lot of traffic in and out of this gang area itself. Nobody wants to be here if they can help it, but every now and then people are brought in under the guise of having a meeting with one of the businessmen in the Four Maulers. That business almost certainly being protection or drugs,
Mhm.
extortion of some kind. And for the most part, these individuals go in looking nervous, usually come out looking even more nervous, maybe with a little fresh red and purple in areas.
Mhm.
But it doesn't seem like anyone's being taken in and held.
Okay.
It would be strange if these disappearances were completely unaffiliated with the gangs, but this doesn't seem to be an overt action that they're taking.
Gotcha. I watch these people enter and exit for a little bit, and then seeing that there's basically no traffic besides the people that are interacting directly with the full mother gang, and usually not super happy about it, I'm going to head up towards the rest of the ship and see if I can find my dear friends to get them up to date. Both Cass and Ilaria.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we get to start this all as buddies. That's good.
Buddy
Yes.
buddies.
I like that.
I was gonna find some way
Canonized buddies.
to get you guys together, but I like this. Yes. So the other two of you, did you have any destination in mind wandering around looking for this individual, this receptionist?
Just name her now. She's Janet now.
Janet.
She's Janet now. Cool.
Love Janet.
I realized I didn't name the receptionist. I was just like, oh, the receptionist.
The receptionist.
Heroes don't ask for names.
Never.
Yeah,
They're too
we
heroic
need
to
to
bother with
save
that.
them.
No names.
And if we fail to save them, I will just use them in my experience. What? Who said that? Anyway.
I'll just lead Alarian to the receptionist desk as if to like prove that like Janet's gone.
Is there anything on the desk? I believe we're entering the realm of the first check of the system, which I'm very excited about. But I want to ask if there is anything that I find around, like any signs of like a fight or anything. Like who knows, maybe she got attacked in there and now she's gone. Like or anything like sort of unusual, because I would imagine we would know the patterns of this person by now very well. So just like anything out of the ordinary,
Yeah,
like
okay.
a sign out to lunch.
Right.
That's just entirely missed.
Yep.
Let's... Actually, I have this I can bring
Wait.
up.
Let me find all of my d6s.
Yes. So, this is not an RPG's Uncovered show. This is not necessarily teaching the game, but we will go over how the basics work, just so we all know how it works. Let's say this is probably an observation check.
Right.
Yes. Just familiarizing myself with the skills again. This is an observation check, which uses the judgment virtue. So you would get a number of dice in your pool at first equal to your judgment, which is...
That is already more die than I have at the moment. So, because I have 4 in total, my judgment is 5.
Okay. And then how many skill points do you have in observation?
Let me tell you that.
Could I also make this check?
Yeah.
I have so many dice. I have 3 skill points in observation. When you said observation, I got really excited.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so with 1 skill point, you can add a pip to any die result. With 2 skill points, you roll an extra die, so it would be judgment plus 1. And then with 3 skill points, if you fail to roll, you can choose to re-roll.
Exciting.
So many dice. Oh my.
Yeah, that felt really good.
And I rolled 2 ones, so that's a great start.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, 1s and 2s are failures, 3s and 4s really don't matter, and 5s and 6s are successes. And you need to beat a number of successes equal to some difficulty value that I set.
So I have 2 5s, a 6, and a 4.
Okay.
With the skill point, do I get to add the pip, or
Yes.
it's okay? So can I make that 4 a 5?
That 4 becomes a 5. So I believe that's 4 total successes.
Mhm.
Awesome.
In my case, all of them were pretty much fails because I have a 2 and a 3, which, like I said, they don't really matter. 2 1s and a 6.
Okay.
So how would that be presented?
So
with one
that's 1 success and 3 failures, I believe.
Yes.
Basically, you're just not very perceptive of the situation, whether you're distracted by other thoughts, or
Sounds.
whether
It's the noise.
Right. There's a lot of distractions around here, a lot of noise, a lot of people going about their business. And those damn thugs outside still just throwing empty bottles against the side of the building.
It's just a matter of
but-
time before they become experiments.
But Cass, you are quite observant. You can look over this desk. There is now actually, you notice some disturbance here. It looks actually like it's been not expertly cleaned up in any way, but the whole place around here is fairly disheveled at this point. Just the neighborhood and the amount of time that the Four Maulers have been here, probably at this point a couple weeks or so. So it's not like the place is spotless. There's trash piled up in the corners, dust about the place, and the desk was never terribly tidy to begin with. But you can see you can look through some of the drawers of this desk. You can see what looks like last night's dinner was just kind of pushed off into the top drawer of this. And there's scraps of a sandwich and some chips or whatnot. You can see, yeah, you rolled 4 successes, which is pretty good. You can see it looks like there is a bit of scraping on the very very cheap sort of like Duraplast space linoleum floors where the chair was forcefully pushed back. There's some scraping there that you don't recall seeing before, but why would you really look for that? You don't see any blood, so to say, but there's some new scratches to the desk. One of the corners you can see where the pressure treated wood has been the paint, the facade scraped off of that wood frayed around the corner there. There was some sort of confrontation here, but Janet was never a imposing individual. If one or more of these large 8-foot tall 4-armed thugs came up, would have
really
been
have much of a chance.
Right.
Well, then I will just go through and sort of like a search and find feature. I will just point out each of these details.
You do find, strangely enough, on the chair and on like the back sort of side of the desk, what looks like claw marks.
Cool, I'll get to that and I'll kind of like pause in my search and find feature because that's weird and I don't know how to describe that out loud. And I'll just point to it.
Ilaria is going to just float a little closer and place her hand on the marks. Would I recognize these marks from anywhere? Like, could this be some sort of weapon or some sort of creature?
You were sorry, say that again. You were trying to identify where the
Yeah,
claw
I'm
marks
trying to
came
identify the source of these marks. Could it be like some sort of weapon or creature or something?
Yeah, let's see. I think this would. There's probably a number of ways you could go about this. I'd accept either a tracking hunting check, or strangely enough, a mentality-based weapons master check.
So it's just a mentality check, basically, because I don't have skill points in either. So okay. So 4-4-3-3. Let me just make a bit check and a 1. 1 failure and nothing else.
Okay. Yeah, that's a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
Yes, failures generally only matter if you get 5 or more of them, in which it is a critical failure.
Understood.
Otherwise, you either pass the test with the successes you need, or you don't.
So Ilaria just squints with concern. No idea what this is, but I really don't like it. I think we should have the whole group together for this. It's not one of the usual idiots who roam around here.
Agreed.
All right. So the two of you can make your way out of this building, and apparently you are familiar with Asta in some regard. It takes a little bit of wandering about. I mean, you would certainly have communicators. So you could, if your intention is to meet up, simply call each other and find a place to meet up, since you know each other. Uh, Let me ask, and I'll leave this to anyone, and you're making it up on the fly. Why is it you know each other? Have you worked together before? Are you some sort of community watch situation? Or just pals from somewhere?
So Asta is very much a person that likes to get in other people's business. So Asta's definitely like met this receptionist before because they were walking around and the receptionist was like, excuse me. And Asta just, made friends, and then she'd probably have seen Ilaria and Cassiopeia also making their way around, and they're like, oh my, like, oh, what happened to your like your thing there? Uh, are you all right? Ah, oh, hello, small one, and just things like that. Very nosy, but kindly nosy.
All right.
I love the idea of you addressing a small sliver of the universe as small one. That brings me some like immense joy. Like that's
My
amazing.
God, you're so right.
Asta regards anyone shorter than her as small one.
Which is
And not
most
in a rude
anybody.
way, just yes, not in a rude way, but just like in kind of like a lovable but very tall person way. Lovable idiot, kind of, yeah.
So it sounds very much like Cass and Asta are more buddy in the little triangle of things. Because I totally would have info dumped, like, oh, yeah, well, I kind of just appeared in front of Alarian in the
my.
midst of battle and took a deathly hit. And I was prepared to just die there, but then she kind of saved me. It was great.
Oh my.
She did all this. She fixed it.
Oh, that's very nice.
Mhm.
Oh my.
Have a good day.
Oh, bye.
On my way. I'm booking it.
So this probably went on for quite a while, long before the Formallers showed up, and at this point you are well acquainted with each other, largely simply through happenstance and Asta's persistent friendliness.
So if Asta can't find them within about like 4 to 5 minutes of searching, Asta just calls Cass. I'm their little communicator. Cass!
Yes?
Where are you, friend? I have information for you.
I do.
I am delightful.
The receptionist is missing.
Yes,
I
I'm
know.
aware. I know. It's so insane. Wait, I have information for you. More or less, kind of.
Do you want to meet us in Janet's office, or should we find you?
Are you in Janet's office? I can just meet you
I'm
there.
in
That's no
Janet's
problem.
office. It's a weird office. Maybe you could look at this thing.
Oh,
There's
okay.
some scratch marks, so we don't know what it is.
Things. I can look at things, and then I will promptly hang up and go to Janet's office.
All right. Yes. By Janet's office, you of course mean the hallway of the first floor of this
yes.
rundown apartment complex.
Yes.
So you can make your way to this rundown hallway where somebody set up a small desk for Janet to sit in while she greets people. Probably a position that, I mean, I'm sure it's paid by somebody, but a position that isn't fully necessary. Janet was just the type of person, a very friendly person, who just liked greeting people and making sure their day was going well. But you meet the other two of your friends, your associates here, and you can see, as I described before, Cass can point out all of these various things that look like there was some sort of very one-sided struggle here, and most strangely, these claw marks.
Oh my. Can I inspect them and see if I can find anything odd about them that the other two might not have figured out?
Yeah. So it would be one of the same roles as I said before, either a tracking hunting check or a weapons master check. Either one probably being mentality based.
Delightful. I can do mentality. That's 8 dice for me.
Nice.
For mentality.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thaumatex.
Okay.
I'm a mental
Mm-hmm.
Corian here. Oh my, that's way too many ones.
Oh
That's
no.
5 1s and 3 3s.
Okay. Do you have any skill points in the skill you rolled?
Nope.
No. Okay. So 5 1s is a critical failure.
Oh, delightful.
Yes. So, Asta, you're a Quarian, so you're a large individual. You're a
Mhm.
Thaumatek, so you're probably not as bulky as like a soldier Quarian would be.
Mhm.
But you have a natural sturdiness to you, and you lean down on the desk to get a closer look at this, and the desk just it must have been hit in some way the night before. One of the legs just snaps and tumbles down. So you break the desk. You have to catch yourself and add even more scrape marks and dents to this old beat up metal desk. But in doing so, these claw marks, I mean, they're claw marks. You can't think of any uh there are major sentient races that could make claws if they really wanted to. But claws aren't the most helpful for manual dexterity in doing things. So probably some sort of animal. That's as much as you get.
Forgive my blunder there. I am so, and I'll like kind of try and put the leg back. I mean, these definitely seem to be claws from some type of animal or sort of thing. I have like 2 of my arms are kind of like holding it up while the other 2 are trying to like put it in there. And forgive me, please. I am so sorry.
Because it's just observing. Like, nah, you broke it.
Ilarian is just standing in the back row like this, wondering why is the how did the situation came about? This was supposed to be a simple check.
Can you like fix this, Miss craft person? Oh wait, I can do this. Is the desk metal?
It is.
I am going
Broken
to
metal
use.
desk.
I'm going to use my racial ability to the one that like I can
Mm-hmm.
like turn my hands into basically little heat guns, and I'm going to try and weld the leg back onto the desk as best as possible.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do. You can take 2 of your Corian hands and create this small crucible out of your palms, and take your other 2 hands and attach the leg of this desk to the desk itself. It's real old, real cheap, like aluminum or something like that. It does not
Okay.
take much to melt and fuse the metal. It's still a weak point, but it'll keep it upright.
Delightful. Voila!
Right. Now that the desk is back together, the question is, what kind of a creature would be able to dent metal with their claws? I don't think there's a lot of creatures like that, especially on the station.
Now, I will remind the 3 of you that the past few nights, whether you've heard it or not, I'll leave that up to you, but there's definitely been rumors of these strange, monstrous howls, roars in the night, but they don't sound well. They don't sound like hounds howling in the night out of celebration or hunger or intimidation. They sound wrong. They sound pained. You can't imagine a humanoid, sentient being making these howls.
Right. Well, whatever it is, do you think it might have been the thing that was stealing people? I mean, she's gone. There's claw marks, the howls. It kind of adds up. Maybe.
It does.
Valarian, I do not think Janet is lost.
I have to agree. The question is, should we be the ones to go after her?
Do we know if Janet like has any family or like anyone who would care enough to like go risking themselves to go find her?
Well, I'd say Cass, you'd probably be the one who'd most have this information. How about you roll me, just because I think it's interesting that way,
Okay.
a charm-based speechcraft check.
Oh my.
Oh man. I'm pretty sure I removed speechcraft as a skill like
Oh,
last
no.
minute.
Mhm.
Oh,
So
no.
I don't have it. And I don't have any pluses to charm.
All right.
You're not charisma people.
No, we're not. Oh,
We are
no.
charming in our own way.
We are. We're lovable idiots. But that was such a great roll. Okay.
Okay.
So I add nothing to it, but I got a 4, a 5, and a 6.
Oh
Okay,
my.
that's 2 successes. Yeah, Janet. I'm just going to say Janet was a human, starting to get up there in years, probably in their late 50s, early 60s. Uh, uh, a woman who probably took the job she did here, a job that was largely unnecessary, a greeter's position, a helper's position, uh, most likely because she didn't have much of a family of her own. Whether she does in there elsewhere, or whether they're just not on the station, or if she doesn't have anybody specifically to care for or to care for her, it didn't really come up in the conversations you've had, but in those conversations that you've had and you've witnessed her having with other people, yeah, she was a very caring, maternal figure who took an interest in the lives of people who came by. Whether or not any of those passerbys reciprocated in any meaningful way that would, endear her to them, unlikely, but possible.
Well, I like Janet. Janet was always very nice.
And I
I'm
will
not
say,
sure. Continue.
just from, sorry to cut you off, but just from hearing other conversations about if whatever happened to Janet is the same thing that other people have been talking about, this issue is larger than just your friendly receptionist. There's probably been people going missing nightly or every other night for the last 2 weeks or so.
Well, I do not believe Janet has anyone that most species have a lineage. I do not think Janet had much lineage left to care for her.
Janet is our lineage now.
Perfect. And I would not like to lose either of you. I consider you both friends. But, Alarian, you did save my life, and I do believe my quest in this world is to help you in yours. What would you like to do?
Thank you. As much as it's a bit out of character for me because I don't really know this receptionist too well, but she was kind. And after all, my curiosity has me over those howls. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to find some more interesting creatures to add to my collection. So I suggest we go after.
Wonderful. It is decided.
Let us go.
All right. You can make your way. That is exactly the question. Where are you going?
That is the real question. It's like, yeah, let's go. Where?
I think we're gonna head down. Oh my, what are we doing? Okay, so option 1, we can either go look for. We'll do this in character. So we can either go, we can look, we can go to the Four-Mother gang and then just like do this straight up no sneaking thing. But all 3 of us, I believe, are rather in terms of like health, a little vitality. I'm a little weak, so I might suggest a more stealthy approach. Maybe we go find somebody. I don't know if we can find more people that have disappeared, and then like look at those, and then try and connect the dots, or we can just like I don't know, sneak into the area where the Four Mother gang is, and then sneak there instead of just running up brute force. Or there's another option that I probably just haven't thought of yet. What do you guys think?
Do you, in your watchings,
Ah,
know of anybody of greater importance than Janet who has gone missing?
do I?
Yeah, let's have you make a charm speechcraft check as well.
Okay. Do you think I could do this with my mentality, considering I have a big brain and remember all the things? So it's less about charm and more about remembering if I picked things up.
Big brain
I
time.
I would say you could make a mentality based observation check, but the difficulty would be higher.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
I have no extra points in charm and no proficiency in the other one, so statistically.
Mhm.
What a mood. None of us have anything in charm or
I
speech.
don't think so. No, I don't think
I mean,
so.
you do, but not I added one die to anyway. So we're relying on that one die, so this is gonna be fun.
A whole bunch of 2, 3s, and 4s. And then I have 2 successes and 1 failure. So
Well, twos are also failures. Ones and twos are failures.
then never mind. I forgot how that worked. I have 3 failures and 2 successes.
Okay. You've heard a lot of people talking, and you've heard a lot of misinformation. Most of these individuals do seem to disappear overnight or in situations where they are left alone. But you can't recall anybody of importance that was taken. Not that there's a lot of people of importance around here. You do, I will say, with the 2 successes, you did hear word through some people, and again, miscommunication, not all the details line up, that there was some hoity-toity rich boy walking around the place trying to throw what little weight around he thought he had. But he's not been seen for a while.
Well, there was this short guy, really foppish, but not in a good way, in like a very like, hey, I'm better than you. And he went missing a while back. I don't know, but he's gone. I have not seen him.
I was hoping for more of a more well documented trail to follow. But it does not seem like this person has much of a trail.
Dearly sorry.
Well, in that case, I might have an idea, but I'm not sure how much you will like it. But based on everything we know about these disappearances, is that whoever disappears, they are alone, they are not in a major position, and they seem to be in a place where they are most vulnerable. With Janet, for example, it was at her desk. It was in full view. Probably happened. You said she was gone for, what is it, a few hours?
She did not show up for work.
So, in which case, what we can do, and again, I don't know if you're going to like it or not, but the best way to catch whatever those creatures are is to lure them to us.
I feel like that's a bad idea.
But that's one way to find out what they are.
It would certainly be I'm thinking of a lot of words and not all of the words fit in this situation, but a lot of them do. And I'm having a hard time picking the word. But
Unsafe?
Sorry,
unsafe.
I straight up broke character because I love Cass so much. I was just like, oh my god, this sentence is everything. Okay, sorry, back. It's like my heart.
I'm so glad you like. I can't like. I thought about this, and I was trying to think of how I wanted to play Cass. I was like either kind of like a little snooty and noble, or just so pure, so dumb.
Cass is
Continue, I'm so
delightful.
sorry.
I love them.
Thank you. Unwise, unsafe, risky, interesting, productive, most likely to create results. There are a lot of words. I like it a little bit better than heading directly into the gang, but I like it less than snooping.
So we could snoop, and then if that doesn't shake out, then we offer ourselves as bait. Or one of us, not all three of us, but maybe
No.
one of us.
That is the thing. One of us pretends to be the bait, while the other two will find a place to hide and
Like
maybe lay out some traps to find those creatures. I got some new inventions I would love to try out. You see that,
Unwise,
like,
but interested.
Oh no.
you see that spark of excitement of of having those traps work in Alarian's eyes.
This is going to go incredibly poorly.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh no.
As a player, I'm saying this.
Well, if we're going to do this harebrained plan, which of the three of us is the oh yes, it's a figure of speech. Which of the three of us is going to be able to like take a hit? Maybe the best. I don't know. It does not look as if Janet was. It does not look as if Janet was very nicely taken. You know, claws.
She was not, but also if we choose one of us who can take a better hit, they might not be targeted at all. They need someone who is a bit more squishy, but not too squishy to put into danger.
I am perceived as fragile,
Oh my.
but I am very good at reacting. And then you'll see Cass, their entire form flicker in and out momentarily as if glitching.
Oh my.
And that's just a little side note because I'm a chrono dreamer mimic.
Ooh.
So I can
That's
mess with time a little bit.
Oh.
A smile of pride shows up over Arian's face. Just like, now we just need to figure out a spot and wait for them to show up.
So, I would like to hear what your plan is, but we also had a very generous donation from
No.
Hessen, $50 for me to make it harder.
First of all, thank you.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
is wonderful.
You're also
How
gonna
do this?
And now I am scared because we already were in the bad situation of getting into a trap. And
Oh
now
no.
this is going to be bad. But
Like, we
thank
were already
you.
gearing up to make a bad decision, and you were like, what'd be funny? Let's make it
Making
work.
this
Mhm,
work. I really
mhm.
appreciate that.
I love it.
But
Really iconic.
that also means that we hit
no.
one of our $50 donation milestones. So that means something interesting, something good is going to happen on your behalf. I'm going to tailor that once I hear how exactly you would like to set this trap.
Okay. We need to figure out who's gonna be bait. We could have the very fragile but good at messing with time. Well, here's. Do we want them to like take one of us and then we like follow them, or do we just want to like lure them out and then stab, but like not
Need
stab?
some
I
information.
I think we will just need to lure them out. Our skills after that shall take care of the rest. Yes, I'm very overconfident at the moment.
I love it.
It's gonna bite me in the ass, but I'm ready for it.
It's a one shot.
Okay.
Press the red button.
Yep.
Okay.
Always press the
So,
button.
oh my. So, Cass, you're going to be bait, and then Laria and I are going to hide, and we're going to watch, and then when they come out, you're gonna like do your cool time thingy glitch, and then we're gonna take them out, right? Yeah, yeah.
I think it is what you call bait and switch.
Oh, I love that. Let's do that.
Okay, so out of character, do we know of any high activity locations where this might be most effective?
Well, just going on the patterns that you've noticed, these abductions tend to take place in areas where there's not a lot of traffic, where individuals are vulnerable. Or you would find only one person out doing whatever they're doing. Not a lot of traffic, usually in times of day that aren't conducive for doing other things. It's a space station, so time of day means less here than it would planet side. But by station time, throughout the night, early morning, that sort of thing. So you could find some place that you would go about your business, but largely alone. Uh, I'm open to any creative suggestions, but there is things like general maintenance, going around and performing station or building maintenance, that might be done by an individual or small group of people. What amounts to sanitation and trash cleanup, which obviously has not been doing a great job ever, but it's still a position that's probably staffed in some minor capacity. Um,
What if I said I was looking for like the space station equivalent of like a sketchy gas station?
yeah, yeah, that's a good idea.
Perfection. I love that so much.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think Aloria would probably know of this sort of scrap dealer slash
Sketchy place to get some stuff.
yeah, this person who specializes in maybe repairing things, definitely junking things, and also providing like power cells or stuff like that. There's not a lot of like fossil fuel combustion in this day and age, but generating power through various means, siphoning power from other things, providing power packs and whatnot. Yeah, you could. There's a place like that.
So if you're
So-
gonna hang out there, we're also hang out there, but in a more hidden place.
Yeah, kind of. There's got to be like in a junkyard of that type. There's more than enough spots to hide and to lay
Mhm.
out some traps.
It's one of those sort of pick and pull places as well. So people will bring in like scrap machinery and whatnot, and this individual, we'll call him Tonk. This also no, we're gonna call Tonk. Tonk's a human. We're just gonna make it simple. Tonk's a human. This older gentleman, probably as well in his late 40s, early 50s, kind of hunched over, has this wild, wiry, graying hair. Always wearing these thick goggles. Tonk is back. Yeah, anyone who follows the channel knows Tonk. He's a crazy guy. He's not always all the way there, but he makes very interesting contraptions. You've seen him riding around town on the back of various like retrofitted. Like he had this large contraption that looked like he attached mechanical spider-like legs to some sort of old street sweeper or something, and was just riding around town on it. He's always doing stuff like this, but he also has this pick and pull place, so you can go back in the scrapyard proper and just see if there's anything that is useful to you, and you would bring it to him. He'd determine what, if anything, he charges you when you go about your day. So there's plenty of places back amongst the mounds and mounds of scrap that you could hide yourself away in, and if you make enough noise, somebody would probably notice.
All right. So, we're gonna head over there, talk to Tonk, hide.
I love Tonk. Tonk is great.
Tonk is wonderful. All right, now we actually leave.
When as we are walking, Ilarion is turning to Cass and just like, for the first time, showing just a bit more concern in voice goes, remember, don't turn off your communicator. All right?
Mhm.
So that way we'll be able to track the signal, everything, if anything goes wrong.
Sounds good.
Just be careful out there, all right?
You'll be watching, right?
Of course. We'll be right there.
And I'll just like pat the left side of my chest, just like happily. Like, okay, we're good. Continue walking.
All right. Let's see. As far as I'm just trying to figure out what kind of boon to give you guys. What is your attacking skill of choice and its skill point total for each of you, whether that be dual wielding or weapons master?
I have dual wielding and I have 2.
Okay.
For me, I'm gonna be trying to do spells more.
Yeah, you're
and
going
I'm gonna be
spells.
trying. I'm gonna be doing spells if I need to do something with weapons. I'm gonna be dual wielding though,
Okay.
because I've got 2 points in that. But I'm gonna be trying to use spells.
And Katya, you're as a necromancer, you probably rely on spells and some summoning, right? Do you specialize in any
Exactly.
weaponry?
Yeah, I was actually reviewing those right now. I was like, oh, I can do that, and I can
Mhm.
do that, and I can do this. So I'm excited.
Okay.
Especially explosive
Let's see,
decay.
let's
I'm
see.
excited about that one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh,
Mhm.
you'll see it.
Mhm.
I love this
Why?
so much. I love necromancers. Like, they're genuinely just my favorite.
Mad
My
respect to you guys
goodness.
too for jumping into a new system and going, you know what'll be fun? Spell
Spell
casting.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
historically the most difficult part of any TTRPG, and you're like,
Woo!
yeah, let's do it. I went
Yeah.
melee because I was like, sure.
I
Jeez.
Yeah, I should have gone melee.
Also, you're one to talk. Like, out of all of the species, I feel like Celestia are like the most out there complex ones. So, like, come on, you're one to talk.
You know, they just look so pretty. I liked
They
the art,
do.
and I was like, oh, you know, it'd be fun. You know, it was.
They do look really beautiful.
You know, and I was like, you know, a built-in buddy, because like Celestia all have a quest that they come into, and I was like, built-in buddy, we love that.
Built-in buddy.
Great stuff.
All right.
Mhm.
So your plan is to go over to the scrapyard, make some noise. One of you is gonna hang out and pretend like you're trying to get something out of this scrap pile. You probably want to do this later in the evening, towards when the already emergency lighting dims even more to signify it's nighttime. Um,
Actively resisting my covert skill.
right.
Like, Cass is already like pretty much in their nature to just quietly exist, especially having been with Alarian for so long. But now it's like, oh, the point is to make noise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, going really well. Banging some metal pieces together, like little cymbals. It'll be great.
Okay. So let's flash forward a little bit. You get to this scrapyard, and yeah, you see Tonk. He's in his workshop doing various things. He has this contraption of a number of different batteries all hooked up to some central hub that he's run a line to some big machine that really doesn't make sense to any of you. Possibly not even to him. And he waves at you while he flips the lever, and the whole thing just sparks, and he goes flying back a few feet, hair standing on end, a little cinder and whatnot spread across his face. You're concerned.
Is he the type of man to like just survive anything?
Yeah, he's done this before.
Okay.
Yeah, you're concerned for a brief second before like one hand shoots up just with a thumbs up.
I love that.
I
So you
wave
can.
with two of my forearms.
Mhm.
Tonk, dear friend.
Oh, yes, yes. He sits up real quickly. It is good to see you. Yes, good to see you. Strange times right now. Working on something very important. I think it's very important. I'm going to go do that. There's a lot of power flowing around, so I don't have a lot of time to talk. I actually was down here far too often. I'm going to go deal with that before it explodes. You let me know if you need anything.
All right. Stay safe. Watch out for Corians, but not me. I'm chill. Like, watch out for the rest of them.
I love him so
He's
much.
fun.
Think I'm in love. I was like, and everyone got excited in the chat about Tonks, and I was like, oh, I can
Tonk
see
is
why.
Oh, Tom's the best.
Amazing.
Is this the point in which we split ways?
We'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Place a hand on your head. Friend, we shall watch out for you. You can't see, you won't be able to see us. We'll be hiding, but we shall watch out for you.
All right. So you can, Cass, you can make your way to one of these large piles of scraps and just kind of start poking around at things, pulling at stuff, kicking cans. The other two of you, you are actively hiding and taking up some sort of like Overwatch position. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. For me, if there's like a large piece of machinery that I could effectively hide in, that I could like see things from above but still be pretty hidden, I'm gonna look for that.
Well, let's see. I would like each of you to roll me a finesse-based covert check.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay, I got some points on that one. Let's hope this one's gonna go better, because so far none of my checks have succeeded.
same here.
I believe.
Yeah, didn't we have like one success for all three of us?
Mm-hmm.
Might be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's either very good or very bad.
I know, right? And I
It's very bad.
oh no. No. Those are
I
bad
rolled
faces.
all ones.
No, you did not.
I only have to roll 3 dice, but all 3 of them were 1.
How?
I don't know. It's my terrible luck.
You see, we still have that 50 coming, like to make it hard for us. It's gonna be like, yeah, machinery. I stand right in front of it. I'm hidden.
You're like in a spotlight or something.
Yeah, I'm just like.
Just a tall little Corian gal who's very, very much not little.
You like stand behind a box, like still like your whole head is still seen. You're like, I am hidden.
All right. Wreck SDM. What do you got?
Yep.
Wait, I still
yeah.
have I have to say I have 2 successes and
Oh,
no
my
failures, and I have +1 to that. So
Okay. 2 successes. Yeah, you find some place back behind one of these scrap piles to just kind of lean against the pile a bit. You're mostly hidden. You can vaguely keep an eye on Cass as long as they
Great.
don't move around too much. Asta. Yeah, you Yeah, you see at the top of one of these piles.
I made a donation right now. Can I let her re-roll?
Sure,
How do I
why
do that?
not?
Where's the link? Where's the link?
Ah. Haley, you're a god. Thank you.
Oh yeah, $5 for that.
Yeah.
Totally worth
All
it.
right.
I'll roll 3 more.
Yeah,
ones.
Rose, go ahead and re-roll.
I'm using different dice.
Somebody in chat send the link. I don't know where it is. I'm
Uh,
panicking.
It is on our Twitch page. You should just be able to scroll. I don't know how it works on mobile. I've never used Twitch on mobile, but on a computer you should just be able to scroll down. And there should be a little
It should be right.
panel there.
Whoop. Okay, I found it. We're good.
Oh yeah, Nightbot doesn't like when people post links because Nightbot's a jerk.
Lame. Well, I rolled a 1, a 3, and a 6, so
Okay, that's a success.
it's a success. It's better than 3 failures.
Right. Yeah. You yeah. Thank you, Haley, for your donation of $5.
Really appreciate
So
Saving
that's
Asta from doom.
yeah. Well, less doom. Less doom.
Less doom.
Let's do.
Yeah. Asta, you try to find a place sort of opposite where Alaria is. And there is what looks like an old storage unit of some kind. Not like a big like storage unit, but something that may have at one point been like a large cooler or something that's been shoved into one of these piles. And you think if you get inside that and just keep the lid open a bit, you'll be able to keep an eye out without being noticed.
Amazing. I'll do that.
You go in and hop in that and slowly bring the lid down, and then you feel a shifting. As the whole thing slides down a good 3 or 4 feet, displacing a whole bunch of other junk.
It is.
I'll use the little free spell that I get from just being a PC to send a little message to Cass. I seem to have done some of your work for you. And that'll be it.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yes. Cass.
Mhm.
You put a lot of points in observation, right?
Did.
Yeah.
I did.
I'm not gonna make you roll this because it's more interesting that you notice. With all this commotion, looking about, the plan was to make some sort of commotion so that people, come here and investigate probably the four maulers. The trap is sprung. You weren't expecting that to be the commotion, so it kind of throws you off for a little bit. But you do hear what sounds like low thumping or banging on metal coming from someplace further down into the scrapyard, and then
Interesting.
I will let you make
obvious?
an observation check if you want to. There's a possibility you might hear more.
Ooh, I would love to do that. I do so many dice for that. It's all my dice.
All the dice.
All the dice. Jeez. Oh no. Several ones and twos.
Oh,
Oh no.
It's okay, but the other 4 are 6s.
Okay.
Hey.
4 6s, but 3 1s. So
And twos?
nope, just 1s and
Oh,
6s.
Okay.
Whoa.
Well,
why-
four successes is good enough. You hear that that low thumping on metal, but you also feel like you might hear a muffled voice of some kind.
I will investigate, I guess. Ooh. Wherever I hear the source of the sound, I have an item that is a spyglass, and I can see through up to 5 feet of a material with it.
Okay.
Wherever the noise is coming from, I would like to see past it.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna have to wander around a little bit, but you can keep your spyglass open and look about. That does mean for you other two, well, Asta, you're
Damn
not
it.
very well hidden right now, so probably doesn't matter as much for you. But Alaria, you would have to move from where you are currently hiding to maintain visual contact.
Where are you going? Ah.
I assume I
Okay,
kinda
great.
do.
I'm gonna scan around and try to find a different place to hide so I can still see her.
Okay.
This is straight
Okay.
up a puppy got distracted by a
Mhm.
butterfly.
It's just like,
Sorry, guys.
it's like, wait, come back! I don't want you to die.
So the other two of you can roll those covert checks again, actually, because
I
you're
would
going to a
love
different location.
I believe in you. I have so much faith.
I am happy.
Okay.
Oh, good. That was a face.
I am very happy
You're
because at
Rose.
the moment
There she goes.
oh no. No. No, love, what happened? Love?
I rolled 3 2s.
What's happening?
Hey, it's better than last time. It's
Yeah,
No,
better
it's
than
not.
last
It's still a critical failure.
No, I have 1 skill point in this, so I can make one of those 2s a 3.
There you go.
So it's not
it
as
neutral.
bad.
And criticals only happen with five or more.
I don't even have
Okay.
enough.
So
I know,
you don't
Hope,
have
I
enough
do need
dice to get a
new
critical, but it
dice.
is
I don't.
it is a
It's great.
clear failure.
Yeah. Yes, Hope, I do need to get new dice. You're right.
Katya, what did you get?
So I'm happy because I also have a +1 to this. So on one of them I rolled a 2, I'm making it into a 3. And a 6, and a 5.
Okay,
So
3 successes. Yeah, you managed to move quietly around following Cass, and actually managed to find yourself a better position than you were in before. Asta, you climb out of this old refrigeration unit you're in and clamber down into this pile of debris that you've already pushed aside before and stumble a little bit as you kind of half fall down this slope of scrap, and have to sort of throw your weight into another pile of scrap. It's more like continually semi-purposeful falling forward than it is actually moving in a concerted direction. But you throw yourself behind a different pile of scrap
Amazing.
and make quite a bit of noise in doing so.
I continue to be helpful.
Cass, you notice that going on in the background, and of course, that's probably fairly Asta at this point.
Yeah.
So you regard that quickly and go back to your mission of searching about, and you see stuck into the side of one of these large mounds of scrap what looks to be some sort of the shell of an old hover vehicle, some like small sedan like hover car of some sort, well old, rusted. Most of the doors are off, and it's sticking halfway in, so you really only get some of the back door and the boot, the trunk. And you move your spyglass over to that, and you see inside what looks like an individual hogtied banging against it. Oh,
good.
And Asta, you hear from over your shoulder, "I look what we have here. I might have found something to pick and pull." And we're gonna go take a break.
Oh, come on! Come on!
This has gone so horribly wrong. I love it.
So we're going to take a quick break. I loved that cliffhanger you were able to give me there. Because we have another player we need to get into this stream, but it's about that time anyway. So we're gonna go take like an 8-minute break or so. Get up, get some water, whatever you need to do. Maybe go find your wallet. So you can donate, because we have some interesting things coming up. Probably some combat, unless they go about it some other direction. And with all of these rolls that are going on, maybe some re-rolls might be helpful. But buying all those successes and making it even harder for them could be quite interesting. So we're going to return. I actually have I know how I'm going to introduce that $50 milestone. That's going to be helpful coming up, and how to make it harder already. But keep throwing donations out, and I will continue to increase the mayhem. So we will be back in a few minutes to figure out how they deal with all of this, and we'll have Robin with us. So get up, do what you need to do, but make sure to come back for when we return. We'll see you in a little
Amazing.
bit.
Is it?
This is gonna go great.
All right, we are back. Hello, and welcome back to the People's Ascension for the second half of our Veil of the Void one-shot today. You can
Ooh.
see, yes, it looks like I got that all set up correctly in the tiny studio mode that I had to work with. We have our new guest here, an old guest here on the channel, Bravin. You did not have a chance to introduce yourself at the beginning of the show, so let's do that now. Hello, Bravin. Thank you for joining us. Who are you, and where can we find you?
Oh yeah. So my name's Bravin. I am kind of past streamer, not really active on that front anymore, but I guest in shows still sometimes just because I like to play, and also I love this system. Veil of the Void is fantastic, and so I'm really happy to be here and also to support the wonderful causes that we're raising money for. But yeah, if you want to find me online, probably the best way would be on Twitter. You can find me at DM_Chronicles on Twitter. There, I respond to tags and instant messages and things like that if you want to reach out to me, to have me in a game or any kind of other project. I love to support other creators and what they do on that front within the TTRPG scene.
All
So
right.
yeah, it's great to be here.
Awesome. Yes, and Katja, you said you were gonna say hello to somebody.
Yes, I just wanted to say a special hello to Vetterness. I hope I pronounced it right because I saw the message about the 2 daughters and honestly very much warmed my heart. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Such feels. All right.
Always.
Yes. Yeah, we have Robin here playing with us. He's currently hogtied in a trunk.
Oh my.
That's fun. Okay. Haley, you were muted.
I said I'll fix that
There.
eventually.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm here. I got this.
So dropping back into our show, we have the original 3 we've been following. Cass, Ilaria, and Asta had made a plan to lay bait, one of themselves as bait, in trap for a 4-mauler ambushing a 4-mauler ambush. The goal was for Cass to be the bait. Unfortunately, Asta's the one who's making the most noise and is most out of position right now. And it seems the trap worked, kind of. The 4 maulers are here as Asta, you hear behind you as we left off, one of these individuals call out, "Hey, what do we got here? Have a look at that, boys." And you turn over your shoulder and you see there's a fairly standard 4-pack of Korean thugs stomping around.
Oh my. Well, can I do things?
Let's I will leave this up to what actions you plan to take, whether or not we drop into combat or not. But how would you immediately react?
So there are 4 of them. How far away are they from me?
To maneuver around all the scrap in this area, they're not terribly far. They're probably... I actually don't remember if this game uses feet or meters. I'm going to assume meters because it's a space game, and all space games use meters. So they're probably only about 8 meters or so away.
Okay. Well, I would probably...
So about 8 squares or so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm trying to think of, I was like, okay, what's how much of that is squares? Okay. I would probably run.
Okay.
Try and make noise as I run, and to alert the other people that, hey, they're definitely here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna run away.
You probably don't know exactly where Ilaria is, because she hid, and then you hid, and things all happened. And then she hid again while you were trying to deal with other things that were happening. So you don't really know where Ilaria is, but you probably have a fairly good idea of where Cass is, so you want to run in that direction.
I will just I'll run and I'll be like, ah, trying to be as notifying them as possible without, letting the formaler gang know that there are other people here.
Okay.
I just absolutely see it. Ilaria is just both eyes just like lasered in on Cass, making sure she's good, and then just like all this noise from the back, and she's like, what did you do?
Mm-hmm.
I thought the plan was that you don't make noise.
I'm sorry, they're here.
Cass, what is your immediate reaction to this?
Well, I'm under the assumption that if you're tied up in a place like this, you're probably not the bad guy. So I'm going to take out one of my reflection shards off of my hip. And actually, before I do that, can I try popping open the boot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will point out, just to clarify, reflection shards are basically magical grenades.
Whoa, good
Yeah,
to know.
Yeah, you throw them and they explode.
Gotcha. I was
yes.
assuming they were like knives.
No.
They were just funky knives. I was wrong.
Yeah, they're magic. They're realmic grenades.
I'll put my grenade back
Yeah.
and pop open this trunk.
I'm gonna open the trunk of this car with a grenade. It would work.
Oh, goodness.
Probably
Hey,
wouldn't
it's
be great for
ability,
whoever's
correct.
inside.
This
Oh,
pin will
like
be
to
perfect
save the
for
good
lockpicking.
guy.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll pop open this trunk.
Yeah, you can. This is an old, beat up hover car. Go ahead. Let's actually make this. Do I want to make this a roll? I don't think anything interesting really happens if you fail. So no, you. It takes a little bit of time, but
I'm very weak.
you find another piece of scrap and just kind of stick it in the locking mechanism. And it does take essentially your first like turn or pre-combat turn, however we're doing this, for you to fiddle around with that, but you do hear the click and it the boot opens up, and inside, Bravin, how do we find your character? Who are you? And describe this situation I've placed you in.
Yeah. So, I guess you said I was hogtied, right?
Yeah, you're kind of bound in some way. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So you find, I guess, yeah, tied up, in the back of this trunk, a sort of middle-aged looking human man, wearing, like a fraying, like, button-up shirt, a cap that has, like, holes and patches all over it, a bit of, like, light, but well, like, trimmed facial hair, all, like, dark brown, and you can see a few pieces of patchy hair sticking out from under the cap as well. He's got bright blue eyes, and there is a faint, like, orangish yellow, like, almost back glow around him that is indicative of him being not necessarily human, but actually in exile.
All right.
Is there anything preventing me from speaking? Am I, like, gagged, or?
Let me actually have you make a check to see how well you fought against your restraints. That's gonna be a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
A finesse-based sleight of hand check.
Well, I might say, actually, give me just a second.
Mhm.
I think there's an ability I have. I just have to remember where it's at. Where is? It'll be easier if I find it in the book.
Is this a negotiator ability?
No, this is a racial ability.
Oh my.
Page 52.
Ooh, funky stuff.
I got it. Here we go. Ethereal form. So, it says if I go into my ethereal form, I can move through adversaries, objects, including walls. So if I go into my ethereal form, can I just like go through my bindings and become free? Unless the bindings prevent ether abilities. It says that's like the stipulation.
Yeah. You may transform yourself and all abilities you are wearing. And I would say you are wearing these bindings. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll make the sleight of hand check then.
Nice.
Uh, I don't need to become ethereal with my bindings, and just
Yeah.
I don't think that would work out very well. Okay then.
You
sleight of
basically
hand,
just phase through the trunk of the car.
Oh no.
Is this finesse?
Drop to
Yes.
the ground.
Okay.
Or power,
Um,
whichever works better for you. If you want to break bindings or squeeze out of them.
I'll go with finesse. Let's see. I don't have any skill points, so this is just I got one success and then twos are failures, right?
Yes, ones and
Just
twos.
remind me. Okay, so one success and two failures.
Okay. So that is a failure. You were not able to break yourself out of the bindings at all. You do have a gag, and it's really just like a piece of fabric that's been wrapped around your mouth. You can get off like mumbling word.
I'm not even gonna bother.
But you
I'm
kind
just
of
gonna look up with pleading eyes.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I will say, like, this trunk gets popped open, and looking down at you is, I imagine the constellation of Cassiopeia is like, what is my eyes? And so you look up at a constellation that looks like a bewildered puppy,
Mm.
and just, you seem a little tied up.
Mm. Mm. I just like hold my bound hand out.
Patience is a virtue. And then I will just start in my process of like pulling things apart.
Well, if you were not being accosted by a pack of four-molar thugs, you would certainly have enough time to do so without any difficulty. However, there's a bunch of gangsters about causing trouble. I gave everybody else an action to do something. Alaria, did you have an immediate reaction you would like to take?
I would say that considering that so question, since my attention was on Asta this whole time, does that mean like
On
did I
Cass.
see? No, it was on Cass, but then I
Right.
turned to
And then you
Asta
turned to
because
Asta.
of all
Gotcha.
the noise that was happening.
Mhm.
So that's why I don't think I see anything that Cass is doing at the moment. But how far away are those thugs from Asta? Does she seem to be in trouble?
From Asta, Asta is running and they are chasing after her. They're moving at about the same speed, so they are remaining between like 6 and 10 meters apart.
Okay, great. So in that case, I think I'm just gonna remain hidden and wait for the right cue to enter.
Okay.
Because I think Ilaria knows how to enter with some pizzazz.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's drop into let's roll some initiative then. So in this game, the way it works, you have you have an initiative score, which is you roll your finesse plus any bonuses you would get from species abilities, class abilities, equipment you may have.
Wow, now you do that?
Actually, no, I lied. It's a single D6. Am I rolling that correctly? Or it's that plus 3? It's a D6 plus the number you have in finesse, plus any modifiers you have to it. Finesse is one of the few things in this game that doesn't use the same success metric.
So it's a d6 result plus whatever number value we have in finesse.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
Just double checking that right now, but I believe that is the case. It's been a good like 6 or 7 months since I ran this game.
No worries. I've never played this game, so anything you say I will take as law.
And as
Same
long
here.
as long as we're all rolling the same thing, it doesn't really matter if it's correct or not.
Fair enough.
Yes, that is the case.
Also, thank you to the person in chat who really appreciated my dad joke. Shout out to you.
Awesome. Okay, and I can roll for these thugs. I'm just going to give them each the same initiative roll.
I love that I'm going into this combat bound and gagged
Yep.
in a trunk.
Yep.
At least the trunk
Oh,
is
but you
open.
enter.
At least the trunk is open.
Bravin, what did you get?
I have a 6 total.
Okay. And your character is Edwards Benson.
Yes.
All right. You said a 6?
Yeah, 6.
Awesome. Cass.
I got an 8 total.
8. Ilaria.
I also got a 6 total.
Okay. And sorry, Asta.
No worries. I also got a 6 total.
Okay.
Wow, look at us.
So many 6s.
That's very concerning.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say tied initiatives really only matter in determining whether an adversary or one of you goes. So I will allow you on the 6 count of initiative to determine your own order.
Cool.
That is going to put Cass going first, though.
An idea.
Go first.
Oh, I should probably check the range on that. Guys, this is like the first ability that I saw where I was like, this is going to cause chaos.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my.
I think Jack knows exactly what I'm talking
Is
about.
this the micro supernova you can? pull at
No, this is.
Oh no, I was thinking Rose's character.
Oh no, I'm going to do that later probably, but there's something I want to do first.
But Cass, yes, mimic abilities. What kind of crazy mimic Chrono Dreamer powers are you throwing at me?
Ooh, so fun fact, it's not even a Chrono Dreamer thing, it's a Celestia
It's a
thing.
Celestia thing. All right.
Ooh.
And I cannot find a range for it, which feels weird.
What is it exactly?
It's called Celestial Providence.
Celestial Providence. I don't. Oh no. There is a apparently large thunderstorm right above me, and one of my monitors cut out real quick, but apparently it didn't affect
no.
anything. So if the stream goes down, I'm sorry, we're just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Yes, Celestial Providence is not something I recorded on my Celestia character. So that is what, page 52, I think. Celestia, somewhere
It is
around there.
44
40.
PDF.
Yes, Celestial Providence. You can rip a tear into the celestial realm.
That sounds promising and terrifying.
Oh my. You're tearing into the celestial realm?
Casually, as you do.
I'm tearing into
Casually. Just
things.
casually.
Oh my goodness, babe.
Yeah, I would say this is just anyone in the scene, basically.
Okay.
So
Don't
you
worry,
can
tearing into other realms never goes wrong.
never, no, not at all.
Never ever.
Nothing could
Why
go
would it ever go wrong?
What?
Speaking
Okay,
from
but-
experience.
Yeah,
Then I
once per
wonder-
day, you may link up to 5 targets together and designate one of them the main target. Anytime the main target takes non-area field damage, the others take 50% of that damage as pure damage. Lasts for 2 rounds. All right.
Whoa. Who are we fucking up?
I know, right?
Oh my.
Four
It's
of
not
them.
one of us.
They're gonna get so
Okay.
fucked.
I'm wondering, in this sort of junkyard area, are we all within range to effectively do something within the first round? Because I don't want to do this and then have us have to run up to them and waste a round of this ability.
I would say, Cass, you're probably the one most out of position for this. Ilaria would be able to refocus over on Asta, but you and, of course, Edwards, being tied up, are not in a great
Mhm.
position at the moment. You would have to move if you want line of sight. I would say to use this ability, you would need to know that they are there. So you would need to you would need to move to get line of sight. But the other two of you would be able to act.
Okay. Oh shoot, but human buddy is still tied up.
Yeah, that would though be your action.
That is fine. Everything I do is a reaction.
Yeah.
I do have, I think it's like a vibro knife or whatever. I
Mhm.
do have essentially a dagger. Can I cut these binds as an action?
Yes, that would take your action to do.
I'm going to do that, look down at you and go, try not to die before we can get answers.
I pull the. If I'm allowed to just like talk, I'm just gonna pull the gag from my mouth and be like, all right, yeah, I'll do my best.
Good. And then I'll book it. And
All
I
right.
am running in this direction of my friend yelling.
Okay, you do so. Okay. I'm going to say Celestial Province requires your action to do, because it doesn't specify. But we're gonna go with that.
That's good.
That sounds like an ability you have to
An
take a
action
concerted
thing.
action to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is up next? The Formaulers are up. So
Oh
we
my.
have this
boy.
small pack of thugs that are chasing after Asta here. So I can
Asta,
pull
try
out-
not to die.
Yeah. Okay. I will also point out engagement and reactionary strikes are a little bit different in Veil of the Void than they are in D&D. So in D&D, you can move around a target without incurring attacks of opportunity, without any problems. In Veil of the Void, if there is an enemy next to you, any movement triggers a reactionary strike. One of the abilities I believe you can use in combat is basically a disengage. However,
It is, yes.
Yeah. So that is something you could choose to do. But these guys are actively chasing you, and they are going to catch up. And one of them. I'm gonna say there's 3 Corians here because this is a Corian gang, and then I don't use enough Topekins in this game. I'm gonna say another one is a Topekin, a plant-like creature. And Topekins can come in any variety of shapes, sizes, forms. They adapt to the environment that they find themselves in, and they've spread across the galaxy quite well. So you see what looks like a humanoid mass of thorns, with little two flowers at their head-like shape, indicating eyes of some kind, which probably take in, various levels of light, but also things like pheromones and whatnot to be able to see. Not necessarily
Cool.
eyeballs. But they're basically thorn elementals, or a thorn creature of some kind. And you
Amazing.
see this Topekin pull out what looks like a heavily modified like hypo spray, this syringe that's been heavily modified to more resemble a pistol.
Okay.
It pulls out a syringe gun and is going to make an attack against you.
Oh my.
I'd like to use a reaction if I can.
Is that a reaction you can take while bound up and out of sight?
My bounds were cut, yeah?
They were cut. Yeah, they were cut.
Yeah. Am I able to see this? Because if
No.
I can't see this, then okay, then
No,
never mind.
you're off behind a pile. I had Cass have to move to get line of sight.
Wait,
Never
maybe
mind
I
then.
can do something. Wait, no, to continue, I'm gonna see if I can do something about this, because, like, that gun is terrifying.
I know as a mimic that Cass might have something to use reactions on, if you would like.
Do. Another. Not if they're hitting somebody else.
Okay.
At least not that I can tell. Wait. Target. It's not an ally's turn, so I can't do that either.
Mhm.
Nope.
All
I
right.
got nothing in this exact scenario, unfortunately.
So I'm
I'm just gonna get shot.
3 dice there.
You'll be fine.
This-
Everything's fine.
Everything will be fine.
You're probably just gonna get absolutely
dice there.
tranquilized.
Like, oh my. I've
Is that
got
really all
something
they
to
roll?
do. Next turn.
That's all they roll. That's not a great roll for them, but they have enough. They have
I've
enough
got
points in
shit
Weapon
armor
Master
class.
that they can re-roll. Okay. I got 2 successes.
That meets my armor class. I've got
Okay.
light armor.
Yes. All right. Yeah, so you are going to take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And I need you to roll me a d6.
Just a d6.
Just a flat d6.
6. Is this good or bad?
Okay. On a 5 or a 6, the target takes power level damage at the start of their turn for 2 turns. Player level damage. We are player level 5. At the start of your turn for the next 2 turns, you take an additional 2 damage, as whatever was in the syringe that they shot out, they shot a syringe dart out at you, which punctured through your armor or found a way in, and
my
has
goodness.
injected you with some sort of burning, corrosive nerve agents. So you're going to take 5 damage at the start of your turn for 2 rounds.
That's no good. Okay.
The other 3.
Oh no.
Yeah, let's see. What kind of armor are you wearing, by the way? And do you have a weapon drawn?
I don't know, and I don't think so.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm wearing. So I can tell you what armor I'm wearing. I lied. I am wearing. I'm wearing an arcane robe because that's what I got.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I don't have any weapons drawn at the moment. I don't think.
But you're a thaumatek, so you
Yes.
don't really need them. I mean, you have to be able to channel
No.
through something. You probably have a staff or a wand or something.
Yeah, I do have a staff, but I am actually going to use my weapons to channel
Gotcha.
on my turn though.
Okay. So one of these individuals is going to run up and try to inject you with something again.
Stop injecting me with things.
Another one is actually, yeah, I think one of them is just going to come up and just try to attempt to grab you. Oh no, where did my bookmark go?
Don't do this. Oh my goodness.
This is so rude.
Why are you like this? I have 4 arms.
Yeah.
I feel like this is that
It's
makes me
really hard to grab them with 4 arms. Yeah.
I mean, they have 4 arms too.
flail them around. Hey, wait a minute.
Yep. There it is. Okay. So they're going to do that. Yes. So this is going to be a contested. They're going to roll. They're going to roll muscle because they're better at that. But you
Ooh.
could either roll muscle or this. I believe it's balance.
I'm gonna roll muscle. Contested muscle?
Yes.
Okay. Those are really good numbers.
All right. I got 2 successes.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. This individual fails to grab you.
My 4 arms.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of lock together in this very Machamp like forearms on forearms wrestling each other for a little bit. Another one is going to come up and essentially try to do the same thing. So another contested muscle
Okay.
while you are distracted by this other one fighting that other one off. Another 2 successes for me.
Oh no, that's 2 failures for me. Oh, it's 2 failures, 1 success.
Okay. So this one does manage to grab you. You're all 4 arms pushing against this other individual as another Corian just comes up and body checks you and grabs you around the waist.
Oh my.
And the third one is going to come up with another one of these syringe weapons and try to stick you.
Oh
I would
my.
like to use Illusionary Leap. I'm going to spend 4 Mimic points to use my reaction to warp time around an adversary,
All right.
forcing them to skip their turn.
Okay.
Whoa. That is awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so
Time bullshit.
Shit up.
Asta, you
Give me
get
straight up end time.
Chrono Dreamers. They're fantastic.
That's so cool.
Asta, you get grabbed and you see this other Corian come up with this real creepy smile. His teeth are nasty. He's missing a few.
Oh no.
He comes up with this syringe and gets like right to your neck, and then in a split second there's a jittering in space-time, and he's like back another 3 meters. And he's looking at his syringe and looking at you. And we're gonna move on to who is next,
Thank you, Cass.
which is
Yes.
Edwards.
Okay. So I can't see any of this, right?
No, but you can hear the commotion and you saw Cass run off.
Right, okay. I'm going to step out of the trunk. He's going to pull a plasma pistol out of his shirt, just in case. And I'm just going to slowly start to creep around to get a visual and try to see what's going on.
Okay.
With however much movement that requires.
What is your movement?
6 squares.
Okay. Yeah, that's good enough to get a beat on them. Yeah.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how much movement do I have left?
We'll say you have 2 squares left.
Okay. Good to know that I won't be able to do something. Okay. He's just going to look at this and, well, this certainly has gotten way out of hand. I usually don't like it when things get to this far gone, but I guess I don't have a choice. And I am going to just take my plasma pistol and fire it at whoever is the closest. Or I'll say I'll fire it at the one that currently has a hold of Asta.
Okay.
Don't miss. Otherwise, it's gonna be really bad.
I'm already fucked. It's all right.
All
We're
right.
coming to get you.
Go ahead and make your finesse weapons master check.
So well, I have no skill points in weapon master. Excellent. This is
Delightful.
all right. Let's go with finesse then. Oh yeah. Also, quick question for you, GM. Would this be considered? Would we be considered to be outside of a civilized area
Yeah.
where we are right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I have an ability called Defensive Representation.
Mhm.
If I do manage to hit this attack, I get to do an extra 20% pure damage on beings that are aggressive to me first, which I'm assuming, considering they had me tied up in a trunk.
They beat you up and
Okay,
threw you in a
cool.
trunk. They're pretty aggressive towards you.
Pretty aggressive.
Okay, well that is 1 success and 4 failures.
Okay.
Oh,
Fortunately, you need 5 for a
Don't
critical,
miss.
so you don't critical fail. But 1 success is not enough to get through their admittedly light armor.
Right. I figured as much. In that case, for my extra action, I'm going to use one of my manipulative negotiations, which are like my cool abilities. I've got one called Allow Me to Help. So I am going to give Asta an auto hit die on their next non-attack check.
aha.
So next time you have a non-attack check, you get an auto hit.
Does that count as a spell too? Like, if it's
It just says non-attack.
Non-attack.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a non-attack check.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my remaining movement to duck back into cover back toward the trunk, where I'm out of fight again. Just find something to put my back against and just hold my plasma pistol and... Actually, I want to stay close enough so I can still see things.
Mm-hmm.
In case, because I have reactions I want to use.
Okay. If you can see them, they can see you, because you did not take a covert check.
I'll stay inside.
Okay.
I will stay inside.
That's going to bring us to Ilaria. I will say, Ilaria, something you notice. I'm just going to give this to you for
Thank
free
you.
because this is what that first $50 milestone got the party. You see,
Nope.
as you shift your direction over to all this commotion, you see probably about 4 meters away, sticking out, almost kind of camouflaged in with another scrap pile, is one of Tonk's creations, a sort of loader mech suit that's been heavily modified.
That's so sick.
Oh. Okay.
Oh boy.
So, on the scale of 1 to completely fucked, I believe we're getting closer to entirely fucked. So, Ilaria just sees everything that's going on. Her eyes slowly shift to the mech as, like, her eyes, like, keep going up, realizing how huge this thing is, and then goes, well...
The mech itself is probably about 10 feet tall. Yeah.
Right. So she just looks up at it and goes, well, time to make them hate the noise.
Oh.
She, while still remaining hidden, she just like gestures her arm, and in a moment, right in front of her materializes a very small, light green glowing bell that is just floating right next to her right shoulder. She just slowly and elegantly walks out as all of this commotion happens, glances at all of those thugs, and then just gently flicks that little bell.
Mm-hmm.
And this bell is the Etherish chime, which is so. And I think I need to. So first I need to cast it because after a successful cast. So how does casting in with necromancers work?
Yes. So some spells are immediate casts, and some of them require
This
you
is
to
immediate.
channel.
This is immediate.
Yes, I believe so. I remember this spell being used to great effect against me in the RPGs Uncovered season. Yes.
A lot.
So you are going to need to make an Arcanting check, and you have
Perfect.
to beat the difficulty value, which should be listed on the spell there.
Okay, so in my Arcanting, I have a +3 to that. So, and that is okay.
So you have 3 skill points in Arcanting.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe Necromancers... Actually, I think Necromancers use power as their casting
Necromancers are the
stat.
power, yes.
So
So
you
that
would
is
roll dice
8
equal...
d6.
Okay. You have 8 power?
Yes, sir.
Well,
I
okay.
put it,
Sure. Yeah. No, you're...
no.
Yeah.
Like because I calculated the bonuses and then I actively made sure that like power would be like my main
Yeah.
skill because like they're based all around it. So
Yeah.
Drunk.
okay, so 3 successes, 2 failures, and I'm gonna use my skill points to make one of those failures and not a failure. So that makes 3 successes, 1 failure.
Okay.
Would that let me check on the spell if that succeeds? It's average, so difficulty 3. So I believe I pass this.
Yes,
Perfect.
you do. So the spell
Great.
goes off.
So and a very loud, deep tone chime just starts to spread all around it, but it affects only my adversaries, not my allies. So,
Thank you.
but I do have to say, I am not sure if Edward is my ally because I just saw this dude run out with a gun, and to me, it might really have looked like he was shooting at Asta.
Oh
I
no!
think anyone could tell what I was shooting
So-
at, but then I
Yeah.
yelled out encouraging words.
He
To
did
ask
yell out
immediately
encouraging
after.
words. I feel encouraged.
Okay, fine, never mind. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to make sure. So,
Mhm.
okay. So for the next 4 rounds, I have this as an extra action.
Yes.
And this causes 2d6 ether damage. So let me just roll that. 9 damage.
Okay.
Thank you.
To everyone in the area?
Yeah, to all of the adversaries
Oh,
in the
the
area.
adversaries, yeah. 9
And
damage.
and they gain a condition, fear condition.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, this spell. Oy. This
Oh
spell.
my.
So fear, that means they perform a contested mentality or power check, and on a failure, they run their base movement away. Yeah. So at the start of their turns, they're each going to have to make a contested mentality or power check. That would be contested versus the difficulty of the spell, which is 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So she just chimes
all right. Yes.
and just stands there elegantly.
This bell
Nice.
rings out, and you can hear we got another $5 from Dora D. Thank you, D. Thank you for stopping by. Let me know who you
Thank
want to
you.
give that reroll to, which player you would like to give the reroll to. Send that out in chat. Yes, this chime goes off, and you can see all the ones that aren't grabbed onto Asta kind of put their hand up against their temple as if they just got a migraine. And that, I believe, is going to bring us around. Did you want to do anything with this mech suit you saw? You used your action to cast the spell. You could move up to it, or you could stay where you are. You could call out about it.
Does it seem like the mech suit is about to activate? Like, is there anyone in there?
No, it is something that you would have to pilot.
You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go up towards it, and if you will allow me, I want to get in there.
Sure. Yeah, it takes your whole movement to do so, but you can do that.
Great.
Yeah.
Just with the bell still like chiming as they're all terrified, she just like glides through and starts to climb up that thing.
All
Like,
right.
you know what? If they don't have it, I will have it.
Do you have any points in piloting?
Actually, wait, do I? Wait,
Goodness. Oh god.
I did not think this through. Wait.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I do not.
Okay.
So, but this is gonna be fine.
I'm going to give you.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 2 skill points in piloting.
Thank you.
This was a powerful item unlocked by a donation. So in order for you to use it to somewhat of an effect, I'm going to give you some skills to be able to use that.
I am happy. Thank you. As long as this thing is not cursed or something. So.
And you would be able to use either finesse mentality or judgment. Unfortunately, you can't just brute strength a mech suit to work, but.
Gee, what do you mean?
Hmm.
Okay.
That doesn't seem fair. No.
That's going to bring us along to Asta, finally.
Yes. Okay, so because I am held, does that have any negative effects on me that I should be aware of?
You are held. You are blind. You are grasped. At the start of each turn, you can perform a contested muscle or just regular power check. Otherwise,
Does this take my?
it does
Sorry,
not take your
otherwise?
action. No.
Okay.
But if you fail that, you cannot perform any actions.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I am, however, going to use my movement to pull out. Oh my!
Either way, you have to make the check. At the beginning of the
I
turn,
have
you
to?
make the check. Yeah.
Oh, I
if
thought
you
it said
pass,
you
you
can make it.
No.
I thought it said you can make
No,
this.
sorry. I may have, but you do have to make the check. Yeah.
Oh my. Okay.
Remember, you do have an auto hit die on this.
That's true.
Amazing. I did not remember.
So you can grab an extra d6, and that is an automatic 6.
I will.
And Katya, D gave you the reroll.
I just saw it in the chat, and I am so grateful because that mech suit, there's something about it. I have a feeling that it's gonna bite us in the ass, but I'm very excited. So thank you very much.
That's 1 success plus the auto hit for 2 for me.
Okay. And they are going to roll their 4 dice. They only got 1 success. You break free.
Yes, thank you so much. Edward, you're great. And then with my movement, I'm going to pull out my Earth USB, and I'm going to channel it into one of my weapons.
All right.
And then as my action, I am going to. Okay, question real quick. As did I see Cass cast that spell? The
Cass.
like.
No, Cass hasn't cast anything yet. She
Oh, I
spent her
thought
action unbinding
It wasn't
Edwards.
a spell, it was just an ability.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they used that ability. My bad. Okay, cool. That's fine. Then I am going to. Yeah, I'll do this anyway. Well. Okay, sorry. I'm going to cast Shattered Ground. And I'm going to take one of my 4 fists and then just slam it right into the ground underneath of me. And I'm gonna try and summon an earthquake.
All right.
So that's going to be 8 dice.
It would be
And
your.
the difficulty. Sorry, it would be my mentality.
It would be your mentality plus any. What skill points do you have in Arcanting?
I have 5.
Wow. Okay.
I
So
am an Arcanting gal.
you would get 2 additional dice on top of your
Amazing.
mentality.
Delightful. So let's roll some dice and let's hopefully roll better than the last time. That's so many dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, let me count these.
And you can add a pip to 2 dice if you would like to.
Okay, great. Can I can't add 1 pip. I can't add 2 pips to 1 die though, can I?
I think you can. I'm going to say you can.
Then I'm
Yeah.
gonna do that. Because that gives me 5 successes for a critical success.
That is a critical success.
Aha!
So you succeed in the spell. What does the spell do?
This
base?
spell, you see a mighty earthquake just slam out from me. It causes a ripple effect. All adversaries within a 5x5 square area take 3 plus 8, so 11 in damage.
Okay.
And they have to succeed on an average, so 3 dodge/balance check. If they fail, they're knocked prone.
Okay. So that's a hefty amount of damage. Before we...
Oh, nothing. Continue.
Before I do that balance check, roll me another d6 for the critical table.
I would love to. That's a 6.
Question. Rose, was that an instant cast spell?
It was an instant cast spell.
Good to know. Thank you.
No channeling.
Okay. Well, this is actually quite fortuitous.
Yes.
Is this really that powerful? Knowing Veil of the Void, it probably is that powerful.
It
Criticals
is. It's an
are
apprentice level spell.
criticals are a big thing in this game, and I like that they're quite varied in what they can do. You roll a d6, consult a table. 6 being the highest you can roll on the critical table. You hit their weak spot, and this is an area of effect spell. You slam down on the ground and cause this minor earthquake to move out in their direction. And this is going to take them all out. It's just going to take them all out. I'll leave it up to you whether you kill them, incapacitate them, trap them somewhere. How does this spell just straight up end this combat?
Can I choose to have one of them not killed, but the rest of them killed? Or no, do I have to kill them all or save them all?
It's more interesting if you take a captive, sure.
I'm going to take a captive because I want to question them, but the
All
rest
right.
of them can get murdered. I'd like to fling some onto, like, bits of shrapnel and miscellaneous, you know.
Okay. Yeah, you slam your fist down, it sends out a shockwave. Little ripples of scrap and loose rock bounce off of the ground as the earth almost kind of. I mean, there's probably a good amount of just dirt laying about, but it's also the metal grating of the floor. You cause this sort of minor earthquake, minor tectonic shift to happen, launching all four of them about. Scrap metal comes down, piles down on top of one, and another one is thrown very forcefully into some beam that's sticking out and just gets impaled. Another one slams down hard just against something, really bangs their head. Does not sound like a pleasant snapping sound. And another one, fortunately, gets thrown and actually bounces off another one of their now dead comrades, and is sort of forcefully thrown against another pile of scrap, which then collapses down partially atop them. So they are partially buried under scrap and heavily injured.
That is much, much better. Friends, you can, I think, join me now. I think everything's safe. Come on. I'm gonna take the rest of my 5 points of damage from that injection, though, because that hurts.
Yes.
Can I just, like, I know everybody's down, but just because Cass thinks it's cool. Like, I've only ever seen magic cast by Ilaria, so I was going to use one mimicry point and what's it called? Arcane Mockery to cast the same spell. But you already killed them.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Cass still thinks it's fun. It's just gonna cast the spell for funsies. There's nobody to hit, but I do it for funsies.
Okay. Yeah, you spend the
Woo!
point, it automatically casts. I take that to mean you don't need to roll the Arcanic to do so. It automatically casts. So you send out your own minor shockwave, and add atop the burying these other three in scrap. So not only are they dead, but they're buried underneath
Buried.
scrap. Yeah, you don't need to worry about bodies now.
Nice
Tonk will
one,
deal with them
Cass.
later.
You did so much cool things. Are you
You
okay?
also did. Oh, I'm a little hurt, but I'm okay. More or less.
Where's Ilaria? I'm gonna look around. My buddy.
This whole time Ilaria was like, because she like climbed like into the mech and she was just like leaning over to watch the show, and so she just waves off the bell and goes, "Impressive, Asta. Remind me not to make you angry."
Oh, I only do that to people that shoot me with things. Don't worry about their love.
Oh,
And-
friends. We have an addition who is also still alive, and I will gesture back to where Edward is hiding.
Oh, right.
I'm still like back pressed against like some piece of rubble, hiding with my plasma pistol clutched against my chest.
And you're a mess. I believe you described quite well already. But you're a mess. Your clothes are disheveled. You're sporting a real nice shiner. You're probably like drenched in sweat. You've probably been in that trunk for a good day and a half at least.
Oh no.
Right, and who is that?
Do not know. I just told him not to die.
Is this enemy? I'll move over very aggressively.
Oh,
He was tied up. I don't
Boy,
think
he
better run.
immediately drops the pistol and puts his hands up. No, I mean no harm, please.
Hmm. Are you okay?
Would you be okay after being locked in a trunk for 2 nights?
Probably not. Fair
Why
enough.
were you in the trunk?
Kind of like dust, like brushes off some of the dust. Well, I suppose it might be easier just to introduce myself. Edward Spenson, and he kind of puts his hand out. I'm ambassador and Silvertongue salesman for Premunio Corp. It's a private security company. We thought that we might be able to seek some opportunity here. Areas where, well, I think it's fair to say StatTech isn't necessarily completing their duties to a T. And some of the locals apparently didn't take too kindly to some of my offers. But anyway, as I said, as with Benson, you can call me Benson. It's a pleasure. And I appreciate you getting me out of that dreadful trunk and bindings.
I'll look to Ilaria. Can we keep him?
Have I heard of this like company or just of him as an ambassador?
Oh, I have my credentials if and I start like shuffling in my shirt and pull out like a folder of like messy papers and folded IDs and other things. And just start like shuffling things out, tossing it on the floor, and I pull out a little ID card.
Right. No, I'm more worried about the, so to speak, negotiation side of things. Let's put it this way, I do not appreciate um those who think they can wiggle their way out with simple words. So again, have I heard anything of him as an ambassador?
You've heard about the company in passing.
Okay.
You guys are level 5, but on a galactic scale, that's not anybody of large renown. Do you have any reason why you would know a human ambassador of what sorry, Robin, what does this corporation do again?
Private security.
Private security. Do you have any reason to know an ambassador from a private security firm?
No,
Yeah,
I don't think
so
so.
you
I
wouldn't
just
know
noted
him.
faces. Yeah.
You would not
But
recognize the name, but the credentials are in order.
okay. The
Or a
credentials
bit
are
of
in
an
order.
upstart. But I'm sure that will be a household name in no time.
Yeah, of that I'm sure.
A
Security.
negotiator? Oh, sorry, love.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say a negotiator. We have someone that you might want to talk to. I kind of, he's kind of unconscious right now, but we can wake him up.
Oh, sure. What's to what end, if I might ask?
To get information, to find out, to find out where the rest of the captives are and if they're okay, and figure out what's going on.
Would like to find my Janet.
Yes, Janet.
I do suppose an ambassador aiding in the rescue might be good PR for the company.
It'll be
All right,
great.
I'll help. Before we start, though, I do believe I've introduced myself, um, and I'd asked at least a favor in return.
Oh, Cass, please take it away.
I'm Cassiopeia. I'll hold out. Celestia don't actually have like hands. They have like orbs at the end of their arms that kind of like
You can
Being
actually
with
sort
them?
of shape the glass of your figure into
Can I
hand-like
mimic
features. Yeah.
a hand.
Yeah.
I will mimic a human hand and just stick it out for a handshake.
He'll grasp your hand and give you a firm but shaky handshake.
Nice. And then after I do that, I'm going to use another celestial ability. I'm going to rip a small tear in space to reach into. I have a little pocket dimension, essentially, where I can hold things, and I'm going to pull out a synthetic skin and say, I'll go revive the captive. I can also tie him up.
Oh, yes, please.
Just turn and go.
They're quite wonderful. Leon, take it away.
You want me to speak to him?
Oh, no, I mean, just introduce yourself to our dear,
Oh, thank you.
friend,
Thank you.
but I can't remember their name. Edward.
Ilaria.
You can call me Benson, please.
Benson.
Benson. Ilaria. And let's give each other a favor and try not to get on each other's nerves. How about that?
Quick out of character question. What race is your character again?
She is an Ellen.
Okay.
And I don't know if you will be able to tell like who she is by class, but she is a necromancer.
Hmm.
Maybe based on her previous spells, so that's why she's just a bit off-put by the concern of the specifically the security. That's the part that's just like, because she's usually on the other side of that, so
I'm sure we'll be good pals in no time.
all right.
And well, I mean, it's just me. I'm here and I'm a friend of yours, I guess now. We are all friends.
Seems that way.
Yep. I'm extremely tall. I'm an extremely tall girl, person, thing with 4 arms, red skin, lava, the whole bit.
Well, it was quite impressive what you did out there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate it.
You sure showed those thugs what's what.
Yes, what is what indeed. I'm not really great for like taking hits, but I can dish them out sometimes, but Yeah. What do you do, friend? Negotiator man? How tall are you?
He's about. I think I had him at 5'8".
Oh, you're so short.
So a little bit, yeah, a little bit. Definitely compared to you, probably not very tall at all.
Great.
All right. Over with Cass and this half-buried thug. You wanna dig him out, do some basic first aid, wake him up, and bind him in some way?
Yeah. Do I notice that? Is he like pinned under what he is buried in?
Yeah. This mound of scrap and trash essentially has kind of landslided down on top of him, so he's kind of sticking out from the top of his torso. The rest of him is buried.
Okay. I'm going to do this in a very particular way.
Wow.
I'm going to leave him pinned under his junk.
Ooh.
I'm going to use the synthetic skin, which only heals him for 1 hit point.
Mhm.
And as he wakes up, I'm going to hold up one of my reflection shards. And I'm going to look down at him and go, "Do not struggle. I can take a hit. You cannot."
What the fuck?
Do not
Who are
struggle.
you then?
My name is Cass. What is your name?
Ulf.
Ulf. Ulf. Is that a common name for you?
I guess.
Interesting. What is your favorite kind of food?
The hell are you
Dear.
people?
Cass, dear, stay on point, please. Remember, Janet?
I just got excited about asking questions. Important questions. Where are the captives?
Busy.
Sir.
And I'm gonna hold up that reflection shard.
I would like you to make me an intimidation check.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Little 5-foot Celestia you.
Holding a grenade.
You're holding a grenade. That helps.
What is the skill associated with it?
Charm.
Oh no.
Oh no.
3 dice.
This will be fun to watch.
This is gonna be real entertaining. We got this.
This is fine.
It's not bad. It's a 6, a 3, and a 4.
Oh my.
1 success. Okay. Not the difficulty threshold I was looking for, but I'll keep it in mind because you are holding a grenade. I'd rather face the fire than whatever little toy you're... We're doing some work with these fine folks, making them finer. Now you run along home.
You think your work requires your legs? Because they do not seem to be working currently.
How? Maybe we should take a different approach to this, if you don't mind. And Benson is gonna kind of like push his way forward. Hello, fine, young man. What was your name again?
A guy who kicked your ass.
Uh,
Spits at your
Right.
foot.
Disgraceful.
You want another one? Dig me out of here.
That could possibly be arranged if you might be a little bit more platonic in this conversation. Might you have a tongue you're more comfortable in that we can continue this conversation in? Or is common your preferred?
I don't like your fancy words.
Alaria sighs in the background. Negotiator.
All right.
You
then
have
let's
about
try
a
this.
minute before I lose it.
Not an issue.
I'd say he does
Um,
spit out an insult in Korean.
Rude.
Korean. Okay, I don't know Korean.
Uh,
So I'm just
I
going to ignore
do.
that.
Koavi, I believe, is their language.
I could do something with that, but instead, I am going to pull out my sort of info tablet and pull a small chip out of it and hold it in front of him and go, this right here, I've got 2,000 credits on this chip with your name on it. All you have to do is talk. And I'm going to be using one of my manipulative negotiations, which is would credits change your mind? So this is a contested speechcraft mentality check, and it says I may use this or well, that's in combat. I may bribe a non-hostile adversary. I'm assuming he's not actively hostile to us anymore at
Sure.
this moment.
Yeah.
With credits to prevent combat, get back security, lead battle, like stuff like that.
Mhm.
And it's a contested speechcraft mentality. So
Okay. Does the amount of credits affect the roll at all?
So it says the required amount is up to the GM,
Mhm.
and the book says a minimum of 500.
Minimum of 500,
I'm
and
just
you
throwing
offer
it. Yeah,
2,000. Okay.
I offered 2,000 just to try to get things moving.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and roll my check if
Yeah.
that's okay with you.
Definitely. Contested speechcraft, so charm.
It says mentality.
Mentality.
Speechcraft for
Okay.
these. Yeah.
They're a little better. At
Which
that.
is unfortunate because I would be better with charm, but that's okay because I'm still getting 8 dice.
I'm sure you got this. I rolled 1 success.
Oh my.
Oh, really? Well, I've got. Let's see. Let me just make sure. Okay, I didn't critically fail. I won't
Oh,
worry about
no.
pips then. I've got 3 successes already
Okay.
before pips and rerolls, so I'll just keep that.
Okay. You do that? Dig me out of here? Give me the credits and leave?
And send you on your merry way, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Sick of this shithole anyway. What do
Be
you
a new
want?
start. And I kind of turn and look back at the others
We want
and
Janet.
kind of gesture to question.
Oh, we want a human named Janet, particularly, but if we can find other people too, that'd be great.
Oh, we got a couple humans. Don't really care to ask the names.
What about a very sweet, short, older human lady?
Yeah, we got one of those.
Janet.
I don't know if she's still a sweet little old lady, but she was when we took her.
Then
What
people
the hell? What the hell do you do to them?
We make them better.
In what way exactly?
We bring them closer to the sun god.
That's not helpful.
No, it's very helpful. It's not to you.
Where do you hold these people?
He moans and looks over at Edwards and down to this tablet he's holding. They set up a lab down in the old meat factory. Makes sense, huh?
Oh shit. You do realize what this means, right?
They're
Yeah.
turning people into things that howl.
That's no good.
Well,
Okay.
okay. May I while this conversation is happening, can I ask because I was like just reading through the necromancer abilities,
Mhm.
and considering we have 3 dead bodies around us at the moment,
Yeah.
while they're having that conversation, I want to step away and use it to my advantage. because I want to try and bring them back as the undead and like make them my servants because I chose the spirit commander as my specialization.
Okay.
Does that require a check or because like considering already dead?
Uh, well, what ability are you using to do this?
So that's the question because the things that I've read through before they just kind of specify that like like that you can have those minions those like like undead dominions and stuff and yeah and I can have I may have 3 undead dominions so
Okay.
it's just a question of
I believe I've not played a Necromancer before, but I believe you said you went Spirit Commander. Yeah, you control.
yeah spirit commander and but because and the thing with with the 3 3 undead dominions that starts at level 2.
Mhm.
So considering we just did not address them, we can just flavor it as if I just raised them to make them my dominions.
Now, I believe that comes from spells that you cast. Necromancers are sort of summoners in a sense. So you would be
Mhm.
able to summon spirits. And I believe it is those spirits or wraiths or other forms of undead at higher levels that count towards that number of uh, dominated, dominioned entities that you can control at any time. So you would
Yeah,
have to use a spell to do so.
I'm fine with that. I only used 1 spell this whole time, so I
Mhm.
have like I still have ability to use more than enough spells.
Yeah, yeah. And you should, I believe, have access to apprentice level. I
Yes, I have
don't.
2 apprentice and 5 novice spells in
So,
my
mhm.
reach.
I will say you could, if you wanted to. There are three corpses here. You could use summon spirit up to 3 times and get 3 summoned spirits, which will last for 25 minutes apiece, and have some abilities of their own. Or you could use all 3 of those corpses and summon a Mecha Ripper. You're
But
basically
that would be also like over time. That's that cause, yeah, because my question is to just make them my undead dominions. That is like and that is something I receive at level 2. I'm just asking to reflavor it as if we're as if I just received them, as if they're the ones that are gonna now follow me.
ah
It's right at level 2 of Necromancer. I can tell you the page number as well. Maybe I misunderstood
right.
this,
No,
so you
that
can
is
tell me.
just how many summons you can have at a time.
Oh,
Yeah.
understood. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so in that case, okay. In that case, seeing that this guy is still trying to be a smartass with us, Ilaria just finally snaps, looks at him with the twinkle in her eyes, and places her hand on one of those bodies, and just not invoking them, but making his eyes shut open with glowing green glare, and then looks up at that guy and goes, "Listen here. Whatever sun god you serve is not going to help you at the moment. Right now, you're here in the darkness. And unless you want to be torn apart by 3 of your buddies over here, you better start talking."
Uh, Make me an intimidation check as well.
Okay.
Intimidation can use power, but you're not necessarily insinuating that you're going to beat the crap out of them. This sounds
Uh,
more like a verbal threat that you're going to do something.
yes, but basing it on the fact that I'm using my necromancy powers
Yeah,
to intimidate him,
I'll allow it. Yeah, go for it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Power-based intimidation.
We always resort to such violent means.
That will be 8d6 plus worse. Do I have anything intimidation? I do not. Um, 5 successes and 1
Okay.
fail.
That is a critical success. He looks
Yay!
down at this individual that you're sort of like cantrip puppeting right now. Ugh. You corpse wranglers. Give me the creeps. Keep your hands away from me. What do you want?
You say you make them better. How? Exactly.
Dragon's blood.
Details, Ulf. We need details. Her patience timer has long run out. Just give it to us from the start.
You've heard of the dragons. Some of them elemental creatures breaking through the realms. Some of old lizard-like monstrosities. Well, some of our employers, let's say, they got their hands on some, they call it dragon's blood. I don't much care what it is, or how exactly they do it. They pump these little piggies full of that stuff, and they get big, and gnarly, and nasty. Draconic, even. Scales and claws, and this nasty spit of theirs. Mighty gross. They're still working on refining the process, as far as I know. You want to volunteer? You can use a little meat on your bones.
Ilaria slowly looks at Asta. Didn't they get you with some sort of needle?
Well, one of them did, but the effects seem to have the effects seem to have warmed off, but the other one missed, thanks to our dear friend, Cassiopeia here. Yeah.
Great. Is there a way to reverse those effects, my friend?
Not that I know of.
And why do your employers require those type of experiments?
Hell if I know. But I know they're fucking mean looking. They can rip a man in half. That's gotta be useful to someone.
Ooh.
They're doing
Who are these
something.
employers?
The Hierophants of Rack, they call themselves. Claim they're here on some holy mission to, I don't know, wake a sun god or something. Or a bunch of loons.
A cult.
But, whatever weird. Can't you get me out of this crap already?
We think we've had enough information from him.
Let our negotiator save his money.
Oh, that's awfully rude.
No. I'm a man of my word. Are we finished here?
I think so.
Very well. I'm gonna walk up and take the chip with the credits on it and just like slide it into, if he has any like pockets on his shirt or anything like that, just like tuck it in somewhere. And then I'm gonna sort of stand back up after crouching, put my hand on his shoulder, and you seem strong enough. After all, you did kick our asses, so you seem like you could get yourself out of here yourself. And I'm going to give him an auto success die and then walk away.
But can I do the equivalent of readying an action?
What action would you like to ready?
I would like to cast a spell. It's an instant duration, but I want to do it as soon as he starts to just walk away.
As soon as Edward starts to walk away.
No, as soon as the bow, or
Ulf.
as soon as the Ulf. Sorry, thank you. As soon as Ulf starts to walk away.
I believe Edward's intent was to leave him here to struggle, to get himself free.
Oh, well, I was.
Yeah,
just
I didn't actually tell. I mean, I gave him an auto hit die, but I don't know if he'll actually.
I was just gonna kill him, so. Okay, I'm gonna kill him anyway.
He has 1 hit point.
Edward's content in showing this thug up. I'm going to leave you here, and you're gonna learn your lesson. Walks away all proud. Asta.
Hear like a gunshot as it walks away.
Asta's just gonna take her sword that's been out with the earth rune, and she's just gonna stab him.
Okay. He's restrained. He can't fight back. He has 1 HP.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna get ganked.
Well, there you go.
I don't want him telling anybody that we're coming.
Oh,
And I'll take the little chip with 2,000 credits.
And you walk up with a blade and just shove it into the scrap pile. There's a gurgle. Bitch.
how rude.
Anyway,
So to a meat factory?
I think so. I think. Well, do we really want to go into? Do we want to go into the meat factory and look at these? If they've been turned into like dragon-like people, I don't think we should fight them. A, because I feel like I don't want to fight Dragon Janet. And B, I don't want to kill them. And C, I think that if we could like get some of the apparently like dragon's blood or whatever they're injecting. If we could get our hands on some of that, and then we could turn it in as evidence, and then maybe we could have. I'm not
What?
exactly sure.
Have the security department over here deal with it. Sorry,
enough,
but I
fair
highly
enough, fair
doubt it.
Hey, fair enough. I'm just trying my best.
Well, I think I can agree with all 3 points. Seems like a good plan to move forward with.
You did not catch the sarcasm tone in my voice, did you?
Oh no.
She does not believe you are competent.
I'm sorry, that just okay.
All of you hear off in the distance a loud crashing sound.
Oh
A
my.
small explosion. You hear the screech of metal on metal, and then a few seconds later, but this was a ways off. Other side of the neighborhood.
Check out.
Do we assume it's Tonk? Like
No, it's in the direction of well, where this meat processing plant is, and you know that butts up against an old hangar bay that is off limits right now, according to the foremallers.
Oh well. Well, we could always go scout out. Ideally, we grab Janet and go. A bonus would be to grab some of this grossness that creates dragon things. Worst case scenario, we have another one of these and we just have to fight our way out again. It seems to go well so far.
Sure. You know why? Let's go scout. Let's go scout.
Suggest the main course of action, of course, would be to get Janet out. But if we understand that we can't, we will have to shut down that operation one way or another. So I suggest using with saying that Ilari also takes out a couple essence grenades that she had on her person before. I suggest taking a note out of that explosions book and making a good exit.
I'll rip open that pocket dimension again and like open it so you guys can see. Originally it was just a like a slit for like me to grab and pull. I'll open it so you guys can see. Before this game started, I bought 15 reflection shards.
Oh my goodness.
Because I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna chuck them and use them. I
Amazing.
thought I'd use them more and I haven't, so we have those.
So many. Wow.
I do want to ask, you all keep mentioning, who is this Janet?
The friendliest receptionist you have ever met.
Someone special?
She is the receptionist.
Okay.
She is kind.
All right.
She is kind, and she does not deserve the fate that is prepared for her at the moment. So we're trying to save her.
Seems like a noble cause.
Also, Cass, darling, would you mind keeping that dimension open for just a little bit longer?
Sure.
Once she has it open, Ilaria starts to drag out the 3 bodies, and is like asking if she can drop them in there because she's gonna need them later.
Oh my.
I will say this pocket dimension, by the rules, is essentially just a medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought it would fit. Never mind.
No, it
Yeah,
can
I don't think that's gonna
hold
work.
15 small items.
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought it was like because you said pocket dimension, so I was like, okay, cool, let's do that. Maybe
Like a
we can
bag
get
of
the
holding.
too. Like, no, okay, understood.
No, unfortunately not. I do just have a bunch of grenades in it though. So
So just with a bit of disappointment in her, but she goes, "Well, I suppose nobody has any ideas how to take these."
I will say you don't, rules as written, need to have corpses around to use your summoning ability. You draw the spirit of those creatures from the spirit realm, the ethereal realm, I forget exactly what it's called. And the spirit of those creatures animate machines about you. That's why you're a necromancer. Now, if you want to flavor it that you need bodies, you're free to walk through this neighborhood in Gang Row hauling 3 dead guys.
I appreciate that, and the thing is that because what I wanted to do is I wanted to combine them into like the Mecha Reaper, but considering that like so hearing realizing that they're not gonna fit, Alari just drops them and goes, "Fine, I'll do it the usual way." Wanted to try something interesting, but that I suppose that comes for next time.
So a Mecha Ripper has a duration of 2 hours. You could summon a Mecha Ripper right now, and it probably, I mean, unless for any reason you guys choose to stall in any manner, you'd probably use it by the end of this game.
Actually, what do we think?
If you just want to conjure up a Mecha Ripper right now.
I know I'm new here, but I think maybe we should leave their souls in the ether.
But that's boring. Why would you want to leave their souls when you can use them?
he really is just
Oh.
recycling.
It is a bit of a personal note on my end. I've been there, and I would have been grateful. I am grateful to have not been turned into one of these Mecha Rippers myself.
Considering that they locked you in a trunk for 2 days, that is very noble.
We're talking on things of a bit of a greater scale than that.
If you don't mind me asking, what has happened that caused you to end up in there and then return?
Oh, well, considering, you know, the light, he kind of like gestures to like the yellow like orange light that kind of surrounds him. Well, I've died, or someone has died simply, and their memories kind of appeared and became me.
Alaria sighs and goes, "Fine. But if we're gonna regret this decision later, that's gonna be on you." And starts walking towards the meat factory.
It's a Mecha
Is
Ripper.
that the Mecha Reaper?
That's so beautiful.
Giving that up for nobility reasons. I'm
Don't
gonna
give
lean
it
into
up.
this guy and just go. So, in your opinion, should we? This is an interesting conundrum. See, Ilaria doesn't typically worry about the care of the dead because they are well dead. Do you think we should start a consent sheet? Maybe like a list people can sign up. She doesn't-
Organ donor card.
Yeah. But specifically for necromancers, like.
When we kill you, can we use your corpse? Yes or no?
Yeah, just like right before the final blow. Before we finish this, do you mind signing this consent form?
Really quick.
I'm not sure that makes the ethics of it any less questionable, but it's an idea.
Step in the right direction. Right, continue
We'll
on.
go with that.
Maybe.
Person. Ooh.
Okay.
Because nobody's like properly injured, right? We don't need like a short rest or anything.
I'm properly injured,
I have
but I
many
don't
shots.
think we need a short rest because we could.
Benson will pull a Medi water out of his jacket and hand it to you.
Oh, thank you, friend. I will
an
drink
issue.
it.
Let me look at this again. It heals you 25 HP.
Oh, my. That brings me back to full.
Mhm.
Nice.
But you can only use them once in a 24-hour period, so you won't be able to drink anymore.
That's okay. Great. And we're all good, I think.
All right. Alara, are you making a Mecha Ripper?
No, out of respect of
Okay.
the new friend, I believe that I'm gonna move on and just let go of my pride in this case.
Okay. You can, of course, summon one later.
Probably will, but that depends on how desperate we're gonna get.
I
Yeah.
think we should.
Okay, so what's the plan from here?
Meat factory?
Meat factory?
Meat factory.
We're gonna go sleuth around and see what we can find, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure if that's our destination, I could probably find us our way there.
Oh, great. We'll follow you.
Lead the
I
way.
seem to have a knack for these kinds of things.
Oh my.
So just GM, I have an expertise. Let me pull it up real quick so I can read it to you. It is called Never Lost. It says, I never get lost in towns. While I may not know exactly where I am going, I tend to end up where I need to be. If that helps us on our journey.
Say that again. When
So
you're in
it
town, you
says,
just
it says you never get lost. While you may not know exactly where you need, it says, sorry, where while you may not know exactly where you are going, you tend to end up where you need to be. That is the full
yeah,
description.
that's not terribly necessary because you got maybe not you, Edwards. You're not from here, but the other three are. You know where this meat factory is.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can get there just fine. It is basically Formaller HQ right now. It's patrolled. There are people there.
Do we want to just fight them? I feel like this might be a bad idea. Or we could just
Just question for the GM: would the ones that we fought, do they strike more as like loyal cultist or more like mercenary? Like, do I think based on like the conversation we had with the one that we interrogated, does it seem like they are here like sort of guarding this area for money or for like because they think they're part of like a greater purpose or something like that?
Well, we just got another generous $5 donation from Arcade Beetle, who I believe also followed. So thank you
Arcade Beetle.
and
Oh,
welcome.
very nice.
Thank you.
We're gonna see who they want to give that reroll to. But yes, as far as the Four Maulers, with the conversation you just had with Ulfir, and the way they've been acting before, they're not active cult members. They're bought. They care about money. This guy was gonna walk away for 2,000 credits, which is sizable, but it's not like
Right.
retirement fund.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're mercenaries. They're bought.
Well, based on previous experiences, perhaps we could bribe our way through. It worked before.
Also, hey, Alex.
Perhaps if we uproot the cult, we do not have to fight through all the mercenaries.
Works. If we can prove that they're not going to get their money, then they will probably abandon. Yes. That being said, to get to the cult and to really uproot the cult, we would have to fight our way through the mercenaries.
Yes.
So.
The cult is on the other side of the mercenary perimeter they bought to secure them. Yeah.
Have them meet their god, in a way.
Oh my. Well, yes, we could do that, but we still need to get through the mercenaries.
It's been proven that we are not good at sneaking.
Yes, we are very bad at sneaking. I think our best bet might truly just be to fight our way through. However, that might be a very, time consuming. Thoughts, opinions?
Wait, I just realized we left, right? We left that place where we were fighting before. The station.
I think we're still in the junkyard.
It's
Are
up
we?
to you. Are you having this conversation there, or are you walking and talking?
Walk talk.
Okay, because I kind of realized that we forgot the mech suit that we
I was
found.
gonna say, yeah. Katya, you could just not Katya. Well, my bad.
You've
Alora,
not made it far.
Ilaria could go and get the mech suit and then, do some cool mech pilot thing. Wow.
Unless we have a better pilot in the team. She looks over at Edward in question. If he is a better pilot.
Perhaps if the mech was voice controlled?
Wait, hold up. I think I put my false proficiency in that.
Oh my?
What have I done? Let me check. Where is it? I didn't. Wait, but I can use judgment as a piloting stat, right? If we took a short rest, I could reassociate my false proficiencies into piloting. And then one of the stats you can use for it is judgment, so I could, in theory, be decent at doing that.
I also might be decent. I don't have any skill points, but I do have 8 in mentality. I could pilot using my thoughts, my brain, my stabby stabs. Not really. I could do that. I have 4 hands, so when I say that all 4 of my hands do little jazz hands.
In that case, I propose in that case for either Cass or Asta to just bring the mech suit, and then we shall see who would be able to jump into it when the time comes. Because considering we cannot be sneaky, we better make an impressive entrance.
Yeah, sure, okay. I'll go back and get the mech suit.
Okay.
I don't know how to use this.
Well, using your mentality, a mentality piloting role would be you very quickly figuring out how to use it.
Great.
Or, I will
Mm-hmm.
say, you might be able to program this thing to do very simple autonomous actions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll do that.
Don't
What
make
if
it
we
too
make that?
violent.
Yeah, I was about to say, what if we make the autonomous actions do just hit?
It'll be fine. Well, then we'll just stand behind it and say, go in front of us, and it'll just, spec. All will be well. I'm gonna try and program it.
Okay.
I'm sure you know exactly what you're doing, and I'll get
I'm
turn,
aware.
auto-hit, die.
Oh my!
I will say it'd probably be best to program it to do something like that when you actually have a target to set it on.
Oh, so okay. I don't program it ahead of time.
No, it's not really. It's not a very sophisticated onboard computer system. You
Gotcha.
can't really
Okay.
make it into an autonomous mech system, but you can
Cool.
say go in this direction and punch, and it will go in that direction and punch.
Great. Well, then I'll probably pilot it to the general area of us, and then when we need to fight someone, set it to punch.
Yeah, that'll work.
Amazing. That's what I'll do.
I would say since this is just essentially vehicular control, you don't need to make a roll. Moving from point A to point B, you can do that just fine. Doing anything fancy with it, like climbing over something, jumping high, engaging in combat, would require piloting checks.
Amazing. I'm just going to bring it over then.
All right.
This is going to be our good fighting friend.
So you can easily make it over to this meat factory, or at least the perimeter of it, just to move things along. You can see it is actively patrolled, and this meat factory is one of the larger buildings back in this area that's been really locked down by the Four Maulers. There's a sort of makeshift barricade that's been created out of scrap metal and couches and just things lying around that have been pulled out and placed up in the road between various buildings. So you have to get past that blockade, which is itself patrolled, and then there's probably a good 100 meters or so from the closest access point through that barricade, the closest road that's been barricaded to the front door, let's say, of this meat factory. But as well, there's different outbuildings, there's Four Maulers walking about, again, throwing bottles at things, having conversations, play fighting with each other.
Silver tongue friend.
Yes.
That is a phrase that means you are good at talking, right?
Certainly.
how would you say? I think we might be able to go about tricking them into believing we are on their side. We are bringing a mech to help defend, rather than fight our way through.
Doable. I'm assuming you want me to do the talking then?
Please.
That being said, if they find out that we're not their friend and we're like in the middle of everything, that might prove to be very, very bad. Just saying.
It could.
Don't worry
I will
about
say
it.
I have full confidence in my ability.
Oh my.
I'm sure you're gonna do great. But in case anything goes wrong, Ilaria takes out one of her essence grenades and just plants it into like the mech suit. In case we need to run, just make sure to shoot in this spot.
Don't explode the mech suit.
Well, we won't need the mech suit to run away, and it's gonna cause a very good surprise to them if they want to try to take over the mech suit.
Oh
Very
my.
Trojan-horse of us.
Currently Asta is piloting the mech suit.
Oh no, I'm aware. I'm not setting off the grenade.
Gotcha.
I'm just placing it there so that like in case something goes wrong and the mech suit is turned against us, we can shoot the thing
Okay.
and like the thing and yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Do not explode this while I am inside of it, please.
That's not the plan.
Just GM question: how obscure is this grenade? Like, is it something that
Should
they're
I
gonna
roll?
notice
Is
when
it
we
like a
walk
sleight
up?
of hand roll?
Like,
Roll.
Whether you notice or
this
whether
mech
you
suit has a weak spot.
what exactly are you asking, Bravin? Whether you notice her doing it?
Like,
or...
if we end up fighting these four maulers and using the mech suit, how likely do I think it is that the four maulers will notice the grenade lodged into it that is set to blow up the mech suit?
Well,
Yeah, I would also raise a question.
Katya, if you would like to, or I should say, Ilaria, if you would like to hide this grenade in among, like, this is scrap work built. Tonk built this thing, or at least heavily modified it. There's plenty of little nooks and crannies you could shove this up into, maybe get some space age duct tape and whatnot. If you would like to make this covert, you can make a covert check.
I would love to make a covert check. Hold
Either
on.
covert
So
or
that
sleight
is-
of hand, whichever works for you.
If it's really bad, I'm gonna suggest we take it out.
Sleight of hand, or you know what? I think I'm gonna go with sleight of hand because that could be mentality based, and that gives me better odds.
Yeah.
So
knowing identifying
Sorry,
a good
while
place
she's
to
rolling,
put it.
I'm gonna run up to the bathroom. I'll be back very quick. I
Cool.
promise.
Yep.
Just gonna run to the bathroom.
oh boy. Okay, 4 failures and a 3.
Okay, that's a whole bunch of nothing. But at least it's not a
Hey,
critical
take it out,
failure.
take it out.
It was not a critical fail, so the grenade at least didn't explode right then and there.
Yeah, that could have been real bad. Oh.
Exactly what Cassiopeia said. Please take it off, take it off,
I-
take it off, take it
I-
off, take it off.
I will remind you, Katya and Rose, you both have a free reroll.
Oh wait, yes. That's right. And I want to say thank you to someone who surprisingly joined us. Hey Alex, I see you. Happy to see you there. Okay, this is okay. So it's 2 successes and 1 failure.
Okay, 2 successes. I will make that the threshold for. I will add that to the threshold of them noticing.
Yay.
But
Okay.
it's a way for. It's not just like duct tape to the side of this thing. You put it up underneath some metal plating somewhere. Like a little bit of it might be sticking out, and there might be a little like silver patch of space tape sticking out.
See, it gets lost in the junk.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You better not explode me while I am inside of this.
As long as you jump out fast enough, you should be fine.
I don't know if I can do that, okay.
You got 4 arms, dear. You got this.
Terrible plans on terrible plans. This is gonna be
Oh
so
my
good.
goodness. This is going to be so great. Okay, great. Shall we, I guess, talk our way into this?
All right, let's get started, shall we? Can you just describe again who we
Yeah.
see and what they're doing?
Yeah, so the four maulers have pretty much barricaded the roads leading up into this area. So you can go down the nearest road that is helpful to you, and there's a whole bunch of buildings off on the side in various states of disrepair at this point. And there's a barricade set up that's just made out of whatever was laying around. Dragged like couches and chairs out, got scrap metal from places they could. Like a hover car has been pushed up over here, like a tractor or something over there. It's a very makeshift barricade, and there is a raised platform on the other side of it. The barricade's probably only like 10 feet high, if that. But there's a little raised platform on the other side of that where you can see a few of these thugs just kind of hanging out. One of them has a rifle of some sort that is just every now and then looking around and shooting at something.
Like he's just taking pot shots in the air.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Always a smart thing to do in a
Very
space
nice.
station.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess. If presuming the group is following, just going to start walking up the road in plain sight.
With a 10-foot
the
tall
mech.
mech suit
Yeah.
in tow. Yep. Okay. Yeah, the guy with the rifle.
I'm assuming they
looks and-
notice.
Yeah, he'll move and train this rifle down in your position, and the other two who were just having a conversation of some sort and started shoving each other a little bit. One of them shoves him hard and yells out something like, "Hey, get your shit together!" And he gets shoved hard back, not realizing it was like, "Hey, look at this thing." So there's a little squabble happening there, but as you approach, one of them turns, pushes the other one away, stumbles down this raised platform. Hey, what are you doing here? Get that shit out of here.
So as I walk up, just kind of like hold my hands up just to show that I mean no harm. Oh, hello, friend. The barricade's looking very nice. Some fine work you fellows have done.
Leans back and starts saying something to the other guy.
Can I pick up what he is saying?
Make me an observation check.
Observation. Okay.
I'd imagine this mech suit is making quite a bit of noise as it's whirring and stomping about, so he can't exactly whisper.
Okay. Observation. That's judgment. All right. And then I have. Okay, I've got one skill point in that. Ooh, I rolled very well. The pip isn't going to do me any good. Well, I have 3 successes and no failures.
Okay. That's good enough with all the noise going about. Yeah, you can tell this guy leaned back and is beginning to say, "Hey, go tell the boss to round up some people. We got trouble, or we might have trouble." As he glances up at this giant mech.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, well, if we may be so inclined to speak with the higher ups, understand. Usually we prefer to speak directly and not through well, you mercenary types. But
Crosses all 4 of his arms.
Believe it or not, this mech is a gift, being donated to the cause of. What was the name of the cult again?
Or Muller Gang.
If anyone
it's
should
for the
remember,
GMs.
it'd be you, Bravin.
The gang was the mercenaries, and then it's the Hierophants of. Shoot, I forgot the second word.
It was the Hierophants of. It's totally escaping me.
Rail.
Hmm?
It's
It's the
my
Hierophants of
handwriting's
Rock.
terrible. There we go.
Hierophants of Rock. Okay, okay.
The easier word was the
so
word we
I say-
forgot.
R-A-K, if that matters.
It's the gift to the Hierophants of Rock, directly from the Prenunio Corp itself. It seems our organization is wishing to align itself with you. And so I've come to talk business. I'm sure this would, sort of gesturing again to the mech, certainly start off by putting us in a good state of affairs.
So you want to talk to those wackos in the robes?
Precisely.
Make me something, a speechcraft check. A charm speechcraft.
I would love to do nothing else. It's the one thing I'm good at. Okay, let me see how many dice I get for this.
You have all of our faith.
I believe in you. I'll
Hold
cross
on,
my fingers too.
I will also mention, I have 6 skill points in speechcraft, which means the difficulty is reduced by a level.
Okay.
And then that I get to roll 10 dice.
Okay.
Nice.
There's a very good chance of critical success, but also a very good chance of critical failure.
Failure,
Mhm.
yeah.
I'm
True,
knocking
true.
on the wood.
I love this system
all
so much.
around.
Wait, this is
That one's cocked. Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Ooh.
What is this? Oh no.
Okay, so if I
Look at
re-roll, I
the
keep
noise.
6s and 1s, right?
Yes.
If you re-roll, you have to keep at least 1 1, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's group checks. Where are re-rolls? Yes. When you re-roll a check, if you rolled any 6s, you may keep only 1 of the 6s. Likewise, if you rolled any 1s, you must keep 1 of the 1s.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to re-roll. And I'll keep a 6 and a 1.
All right.
Okay, better. So that's 1, 2, 3.
Was the first roll a critical
4.
failure? Because that does matter. Did you roll 5 or more 1s and 2s?
It would have been unless I would have been able to add my pips. If I could add pips, then it
You would be able
wouldn't
to
have
add
been.
pips. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, then it wouldn't have been. Yeah.
If you re-roll a critical failure, you have to keep 2 1s or 2s.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I could have. But now
Gotcha.
I have. If I add, I've got 2 pips on a pip here, and that's really all that matters. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes and 3
There you go.
failures.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh.
critical success.
Yeah. He looks at you, looks at the mech, looks at you, holds a finger up, hops down from this platform, and goes and grabs the other guy he just sent to go give word off by the collar and kind of. And you can hear him say, "Nah, this one's on me. I'm getting the credit for this." And he pushes the guy out of the way.
Oh my.
So you want to do business arrangement. Fine corporate folk like you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think there might just be some sort of referral fee, let's say.
All right.
It's
Could you
all
be a
about
little
the
more
people you know,
specific?
right? If you knew the Hierophants, you wouldn't be coming talking to little old me. Says the 9
Exactly.
foot tall, 4-armed, muscular Corian.
My 5'8" human exile is standing underneath him. When there is business to be done, it's true. Outside parties are still in a position to benefit, and arrangements can certainly be done.
Yeah. Grease the palms. You know what I'm doing.
Very well. And I take out my tablet, finagle some numbers, and I will take out another chip that has 1,000 credits on it.
Oh,
And
thank
just
God you have more
walk
money.
up and Sort of stick it in his palm
Mighty kind
and
of
clap
you.
his hand closed. Of course.
Put that in
Pleasure
pouch
doing
somewhere.
business.
He sets about the other two pushing open this barricade. I'll take you right to who you need to talk to. Put in a good word myself, I will.
I really appreciate that.
Okay.
All
The
right.
barricade is moved. You can stomp this mech forward along with your party.
I just turn around to the rest of the group and do a little bow.
So the critical success was he stopped the guy from getting other people to get in on
Amazing.
this. You still
Okay,
have to bribe them,
perfect.
but the critical success is you are not being escorted by a whole contingent of thugs. You are instead being led by this guy and that one guy. So you're still being escorted by two free maulers, four
Okay.
maulers. But yeah, they're going to take you. So they usher you in. They walk with you for a little bit, but you realize you're not going to the meat factory. You're going to be going past it. But they don't turn to take you towards the meat factory. They're likely taking you to the hangar bay beyond where the hierophants are set up.
But we're getting closer to the meat factory, right?
A little closer. Yeah,
Wait.
you'll be within probably 30 yards, 30 meters.
We should not break at the meat factory. We should try and get all the way to headquarters, I would suggest.
I think we're
Okay,
on the
great.
same page for that.
Great. I wanted to make sure.
Cass has
Okay.
like a longing look towards the meat factory, but we're being quiet.
Amazing.
All right, into the lines then it is, if that's what you wish.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay.
Our quarry is in the meat factory, is it not?
Well, if we can take out the big guns, we can try and keep the mercenaries off, which means then we should be able to rescue all of them instead of just one of them. You know, if we break here, we're gonna have to fight both of these dudes and all the people that were literally in the middle of the lion's nest, where we don't have to do that, maybe.
Are we, question for the GM, are we aware of the situation with the Siren Sun?
You might be. The other three of you, probably not. Yeah. Yeah. Make me something. What do I want to make this? Just roll me mentality.
Paladin? Okay.
Either no, you're all about talking to people. Yeah, roll me a speechcraft. Charmed
okay.
speechcraft. Yeah, that's what you do.
Much
While
more
you roll
excited
that,
for
can I
that
ask a question?
Of course.
What are the stats for this mech? If I'm piloting it? Is this a standard mech or something else, maybe?
This is where is that? Instead of putting together a mech on the fly, because I did not know I was going to give you a mech, this was bought from a donation. I am using the stat block of my Mechromancer, not mech, my mech-bound characters mech.
Okay, cool.
5 successes, 4 failures on that check.
Okay. Yes, you managed to get here to this station before that problem happened. You've probably been here for a while, and as you were going to leave, you were notified by station security that all flight within the system has been grounded, because any ships that take flight under any ships that take flight auto navigate straight into the sun.
Hi.
You said you got what, 5, 6 successes, a critical success?
Yeah, I got 5 successes
There you go.
with pips. But
Okay.
I think that's still a crit, right?
No, it has to be 5 natural for a critical.
Okay, then no crit then.
Okay.
It was
Not a
with pips,
critical.
but I got 5.
But 5 hits is pretty good. You've probably heard word, especially because you're a security, you work for a security firm. You probably would ingratiate yourself with StatSec or other security firms around here. You do learn 5 is a good amount of hits. You do learn that the Hierophants of Rack are on the radar right now. They're not exactly sure where they came from and how they managed to get into the station, as well as they had. The Hierophants of Rack are a very small church that doesn't really have much of a presence anywhere, really. It's a very obscure church. But this may have been what actually led you down here. Whether it was you know that the Hierophants of Rack hired the Four Maulers, and that they are down here in the hangar. You would know that only their ships are capable of spaceflight right now without diving into the sun.
Okay. So as we're sort of walking by the meat factory, I'm just gonna kind of like trying to keep my voice down so that way the Hierophants that are leading us don't hear. But I'm just gonna kind of talk and be like, I fear that the head of this snake may be in waters deeper than we may be able to take. Deeper than we'd be able to handle. Why don't we just stick with saving the innocents for now, and maybe we can worry about saving the entire station another time?
You are not saying something.
All I'm saying is this issue may be a little bit larger than just a few innocent civilians being taken and experimented on in a meat factory.
We revert back to successful plan 2 of steel-proof leave and have help come back. Shall we say, call in the cavalry?
Alarms start blaring
my.
towards the back, the direction that you were being led. Alarms on the hangar bay doors start blaring, and this individual who is leading you stops, holds his hand up. This might have to wait till later, actually.
What's
Shit.
going on?
Oh, if I know, something's happening in there. Get your asses back there. We'll deal with
You
this
mean to the
tomorrow or
factory?
something. No, get out. Go home. I don't care where you go. Get.
Oh no.
He
Sure, we
starts
can find
like.
our ways out.
Yeah, we'll find her.
I'm sure. I'm sure Edwards was at the front of this pack, continuing to negotiate with this individual, and he just like 2 of his arms turn you around, and the other 2 like shove at your lower back. Get the hell out of here. We're dealing with shit.
Of course, don't forget to put in a good word, I say as we're leaving.
Yeah. Gruff, see them out. He runs off towards the hangar bay, leaving Gruff. This one. I mean, he's still a Corian. He's a big guy. He's armored and armed. But this one individual is also trying to herd you back. You can see a number of Four Maulers as well making their way in that direction. And because it's interesting, Laria, make me an arcanting check.
Oh, yes. That is my favorite.
That is your thing.
And I have... One moment, let me just roll all of my 8 d6s.
Mm-hmm.
And I have plus
By the way,
3.
Jack, I just want to say, I know exactly what's happening and I love it.
Uh-huh.
I do not.
I'm loving every moment
That's
of
great.
this.
So good.
I still had 1 reroll when we were in combat back at the junkyard, so I'm gonna use it
Sure.
to get... Okay, 1, 2... 3,
Why?
4 successes and 2 failures.
Okay.
Oh, 3 failures, sorry.
You are quite well in tune. Being a necromancer, you are quite well in tune to the endscape, the ethereal realm, where you pull these spirits from to animate these mech creatures and whatnot that you can summon. There was just a tear into the endscape, into the ethereal, and you can feel it's not yours. You don't have any control over it, but you can feel a powerful necromancer spirit, probably a mecha ripper, was just summoned somewhere off in that direction.
Oh, that's not good. Actually, I have to add, I actually chose an expertise in ether workings,
Mm-hmm.
so that might add to like to my realization of that. Can I like sense where did that come from, or just like remember this energy
Yeah.
mark?
You get the sense that it is down off into the hangar bay, a decent ways in, but not too terribly far. You get the sense that it is being commanded by somebody, somebody that is at the very least unaware of you, but somebody the Mecha Ripper has been essentially commanded to just wreak havoc, to just
Oh my.
wreck shit. Um,
All right, you want to
Yeah.
play my game? So
Alaria?
be it.
but that is it. Its purpose is to hold an area. Its purpose is to hold an area, mess up that area, draw people in, and just lock that place down. So you don't get the sense that it is actively hostile towards going anywhere. It's just meant to lock a place down and wreck shit.
Perfect. So that's exactly why she reacts like this. She like this a smile appears over her face and she goes, "You want to play my game? Well, let's play." It seems that one of my so-called brethren is in the lead of this havoc. And I suggest we join them in destruction of this place. One way or another, this cult is gonna go down. Hi.
Are we going to get destroyed if we go over there? Because I really, really, really don't want to get destroyed, please.
As long as everything goes according to plan, you should not get destroyed.
That is
I
really bad
not
at
a good
plans.
answer.
I need to find some things to figure out the rest of my plan. The rest of you, I suggest prepare yourself for something quite interesting.
Gotcha.
There's still a Hierophant with us, right?
Yeah, there's still a dude with us.
He's not a Hierophant. He's just one of the thugs.
Oh, there's a thug with. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Oh, he's still there?
Yeah, he's actively like pushing you, corralling you back the way you came.
Okay.
Yeah.
As he keeps pushing us, I just turn to Asta and go, "Darling, do you mind taking care of him?"
Hey, you should
Oh,
go fight that.
What do you mean, take care of me?
You should go fight that and leave us alone,
I
please.
was told to make you leave. Now get.
I'm gonna whip
No.
around and point a finger gun at him.
Oh my.
Okay.
How does he react?
I assume you call out to him to get his attention, and you're just pointing
Oh, well,
this
he's
little.
right behind us, right?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you would just turn around and you're like you have a gun in your finger. Is that
No,
what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm doing this.
Oh, you're doing
like,
you're just doing
Full
finger
one
gun.
hand.
Okay.
finger gunning at him. Yeah.
He looks
You have your
confused.
actual gun? Like we were not, our weapons were not taken away.
All right.
No,
fine.
I do have a plasma pistol. Okay. If he just looks confused, so I have
Continues to like keep pushing you and
I have a hidden pistol in my sleeve. I'm gonna shoot him with. As I'm pointing at him with a finger gun.
okay.
It's a real.
I love that.
It's a real gun, but it's a finger gun.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
great.
feeling that, by the way. I'm sorry. I love this.
Instead of rolling me an attack, roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Because I mean, if you attack, we just drop into if the intent is just to attack and start a combat, we would just drop into initiative and it'd be a whole combat situation. But if you're trying to like spook this guy, intimidate this guy that you just shot him with your finger, that's something else entirely.
Okay. Would this be finesse? Is that
Yes.
safe to assume?
Mhm.
Okay. Cool. I don't have any pips or anything to add to this. I got 1 success and 2 failures. So 1
Nice.
success.
Okay.
I don't even know if that hurts him at all.
There is my observation is judgment, right? I believe so. Yeah. I mean, they're not very perceptive, and this guy's not the brightest bulb. I rolled 2 dice and got 2 successes, though.
Oh man.
So you're pointing your finger at him while you, like, manipulate a small gun at your side. It does go off. You do hit him. It does, what, a d6 plus a minor amount of damage? Negligible.
Actually, it doesn't have anything added to it. It's just the d6.
Oh, right.
That's the sort of drawback of it being a hidden
Yeah,
gun.
the hidden
is
gun,
that it
yeah.
doesn't have any
Oh.
Yeah.
modifier.
Seeing
Yeah.
that all of this has kind of not gone well for anybody, I being
Do you want me to roll
5
damage?
nothing.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, Haley.
5 foot nothing. I would like to duck under this dude's arms, and then I'm going to come up behind him, dual wielding, pulling out my bow staff. I'm gonna smack him behind the knees to try to drop him, and then if he goes down, I'll just bop him on the head.
Okay. So let me ask you this. It sounds like you just want to pummel this guy. It's 4 against 1, and one of you is in a mech suit. You can easily overpower this guy, but it's going to be
Oh wait,
noticeable.
we have the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me. I've just been standing there like
Yeah, I'm not going to bother dropping this into combat because the 3 of you in a mech suit, the 4 of you in a mech suit, can easily take this guy out. It just will not be discreet at all.
I mean, there's alarms blaring. It's not like anybody's paying attention to us at the moment.
well, I think they might if we start attacking one of these dudes.
Well,
Can I ask-
I think
How does he respond to me shooting him?
He would sort of throw himself in your direction and start like grabbing at the because he saw your gun. He's
Okay,
basically
gotcha.
charging in your direction by charging. He was within shoving distance already. He's going to like
Yeah.
punch you with one arm, hold you with another, and pull the pistol away with another. Like these guys have 4 arms.
Okay,
Right,
fine.
okay.
He's looking to beat the shit out of you and take your gun.
Okay, cool.
Well, we'll beat the shit out of him first
Yeah.
then.
I'm hoping
Uh,
we can quickly knock him out and then shove him aside so we can get free reign of this location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That
you
was my
see,
intent.
there's thugs running about all over the place at this point. None of them are directed at you, but they are nearby, and you are out in the open. So if you just start a brawl in the middle of this area, whether it's, a 1-2 combat turn, 6-10 second brawl, you're still
There's gonna be-
somebody's going to notice that you're beating the crap out of somebody, and they're going to redirect their focus from the alarms to this brawl and the mech.
Okay.
The mech being the big problem right now.
In that case, can I intimidate him, please? Because I'm in
Sure.
a mech suit and tall.
Yeah. I will let you
and
use
4 arms.
Yeah, for intimidate. I will let you use I mean it would be a power intimidate.
Yeah, I'll take it.
But I'm going to what is your power stat?
4.
I'm going to say you're going to use its power stat.
Amazing.
Which is where did that go? Which is 6.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I'll say you don't want to mess with us. And I'll intimidate him. Oh my, that's a lot of good rolls.
Finally, here we are.
That's 4 successes and no failures.
Okay. Well, fine. Just you're gonna leave, right?
Yes.
Then get. I gotta deal
Okay.
with this mess. Just fine.
I'll turn around and start walking away.
Yeah. As soon as the
Like-
mech turns around, he does as well and hightails it
Nice.
away.
Amazing.
I just like flap his arms away
Yeah.
as he's like backing up.
Amazing. We're getting out of this situation.
Lovely. So, now that we're finally alone,
Not quite alone.
well, not quite, but alone enough.
Oh, good.
What I'm about to do might get us a whole lot of attention, especially from that big thing that is currently destroying everything else. So,
Sorry, what?
What are you doing, babe?
oh, apologies, I might have not been clear, but whatever that sound is, I recognize this energy. It's coming from the ethereal plane. Whoever that cult leader is most likely a very powerful necromancer. And they're definitely, knowing us, absolutely up to no good. So, I'm about to answer fire with fire, but I suggest you step away.
Oh, I don't suggest this.
I will step away without hesitation.
I will also step away, but I will make it very clear that I don't think this is a good idea.
Ilaria, I do not want more stained glass.
It's gonna be fine, dear. After all, the beauty is in the silence of the realm. And at this point, there is green glow that spreads around Ilaria's arms. She starts to make motions slow, and then they start speeding up, and there is a glowing green orb that appears right in front of her. And as soon as it gets big enough, she slams it down on the ground and steps away a few paces back. The glowing orb begins to reform right on the floor and opens up a portal straight into the ethereal plane. And from there, one giant arm, another giant arm, and slowly from this portal appears a glowing Mecha Reaper.
So I will say you do have to cast the spell.
I will. Oh wait, that's right.
You have to roll your Arcanting to see if it works.
I got way too excited with the description.
Oh, I know.
Allow me.
Yes.
Apologies. So here's, and to clarify, my intention with the spell is to kind of like get the attention of the Necromancer that cast the other Mecha Reaper. To kind of show.
I mean,
If that's the thing, because my logic, if I sense their energy, they would sense mine. They would sense there's a resistance.
That is an assumption you can make.
Yeah. Okay. So to cast a spell, give me a moment.
It is an Arcanting check with an average difficulty of 3.
Oh boy. I believe we have a critical success in our hands.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, it wasn't an attack roll, so the critical success doesn't have much impact. But I'll keep it in mind. Yeah. So this large mechanical being, this Mecha Ripper, 2 big arms, one more flesh than machine, one just a metal claw, really, pulls itself out of the ground and just looks down at you.
Hello, darling. Now, let's go get Janet.
Benson is hiding behind our mech suit.
Yep.
Hi, Benson. It's okay.
Do you have any initial orders to this thing, or what are you guys doing?
The first thing I want to say is the first thing I want to order to him is to protect us as we're getting through this, because I believe one of your friends is going to show up soon.
Protect.
Well, I guess we could just head into the meat factory. I don't think anyone's gonna fuck with us now.
So
Yeah,
summoning a
I don't
Mecha
think
Ripper
Yeah,
in the middle of the street.
In a mech suit.
Yeah.
we're fine. Yeah.
A mech suit, a newly summoned Mecha Ripper in the middle of the street while there's alarms blaring. I assume the lot of you now just hightail it to the meat factory, which isn't terribly far away at this point, but you're drawing attention. A good amount of that attention is going to direct itself to whatever emergency is going on over there, but you are noticing that you are being followed from a little ways off by a number of Formallers. You can burst your way in through the front door of this meat factory, and you can tell it's been modified. It's been demolished a bit in here and renovated a bit to suit their needs. A lot of the conveyor belts and chutes and meat hooks and whatnot have been moved aside.
Mhm.
But there is a sterility to this place. It actually looks clean and it's actually well lit, but it has this strange sulfuric acid scent to the air about it. And you can see there's a number of different pods set up along the walls here, and they each have this like glowing orange, almost like lava lamp goo inside. But you can see beyond this very viscous, thick fluid, a number of those, probably maybe all of them, maybe not, look like they have some sort of figure suspended in this goo.
None of them are Janet, right?
There is inside of here a number of individuals, however.
Oh my.
You see there's probably half a dozen Formallers, and you can see individuals you've not seen before, but probably understand to be the Hierophants of Rock. There's one of them who's standing sort of in this control room off to one side, playing with a bunch of buttons and knobs and levers and doing sci-fi things. And two more that are going around from pod to pod with this little scanner wand thing, also doing sci-fi things. As you burst through the door with two 10-foot tall mechanical monstrosities,
Oh my.
everyone in the room whips around and looks at you.
Okay.
No.
I will
I'm
say, we are at 6:15. I do want to wrap this up, but
Yeah,
we're probably
let's wrap
not
this
going to
up.
drop into a big brawl combat because that would take quite a while. So I'm happy to do this narratively and through cutscene. So
That
what would
sounds
you like
good.
to do?
I
We're
would
here
probably...
for Janet.
Oh, that works.
Maybe others too.
Mostly Janet.
In response, you
So-
get a lot of guns pointed in your direction.
Great.
Oh, darling.
I would
That was a
probably
mistake.
use an elemental split of fire and air and do the big ol' fire tornado and then shoot
wow.
lightning at everybody. They would all, and if this went off, everybody would take, let me tell you, they would each take 24 plus
Oh, wow.
everybody within 4 squares of the origin takes another 15 electrical damage. So it's a huge, massive AoE.
Is that an instant cast spell?
It's an instant cast. It's not a spell. It's an ability that I can use.
Ah, poop.
Okay.
Sorry. But I can just do that, and it doesn't take like a check or anything.
Oh,
That
really?
was awesome.
So that's
Okay.
what I would have done. Just pretty much immediately.
Okay, you want to blow up a wide area. Katya, Ilaria, are you sick in the mecha ripper?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just letting him loose, and I just go, "Have fun, dear."
Fun.
I would like to, with my amazing observation skills, look around this room and do everything I can to locate Janet if she is here.
Okay. Edwards,
Um,
would you like to join the
I'm-
brawl, or would you like to join Cass in searching, or is there some other means you would like to take?
Definitely not the brawl. He tries to avoid getting in the midst of violence, and between the mech suit and the mecha ripper, he doesn't want to get between them and anyone. Yeah, he's gonna just try to like take a step back and do like a scan of the area and see, like, try to figure out, just not actually going around, but just visually trying to inspect and see if he can figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Actually, he's gonna check out that control panel if he can get to it.
Okay. So I think how this is going to play out Because normally I would say roll initiative, we can get into a big combat. Or more likely, I would say, okay, that's time for the game today. We're going to pick up on the beginning of a big combat next game, but this is a one shot, so we can't do that. So we're gonna drop into a sort of cinematic fight scene moment. The Mecha Ripper is sent off. Why can't I remember names? Asta, you open up the cockpit of this mech and lean out enough that you can cast this. I mean, it's not really a spell, it's ability, but I know you can't cast spells while you're in a mech, but I believe you still can use abilities, so you don't even need to get out of your mech. You can just channel this big AoE elemental explosion fire tornado thing in the center of the room, have that start going off. The Mecha Ripper just charges straight into it because it does not care. I don't think it even gets hit because it specifies adversaries anyway. And the two of you can just start slinging spells and whatnot, taking pot shots as, again, half a dozen or so thugs and a number of hierophants join off in this battle. And to the periphery, to the other side of this fight, having to dodge some attacks of their own, some spells being cast, a lot of fire magic coming off of the hierophants, a few gunshots haphazardly taken in the direction of Edwards and Cass. The two of you can split off in either direction. Edwards heading to the console, and Cass, you're heading around the perimeter looking at these pods. I would say, yeah, for this fight, you guys are going to this fight, it would be a tough fight. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of fire being thrown about. There's a lot of spells being thrown around by Asta. And Edwards, you probably have to join just briefly to get that Hierophant individual out of the control room that you would like to. I'm sorry, Haley. I'm getting a lot of static right now. Could you mute yourself for a second? Yeah, you can kind of rip this guy out of the control room. There, you may remember the Hierophants, Bravin, not Edwards. They're casters. You're not a big guy yourself, but you could pull him out and shove him into the fray of things as you go into the control room. I would like you, Edwards, to make me a programming check to figure out what's going on these computers, and Cass, what is your intention? Are you just looking for Janet? Are you trying to figure out what's going on?
Every action, I'm going to try to look between each of these and locate Janet. If I can glean information while I'm doing that, great. But then every reaction is mimicking spells or throwing spells back at other people every time.
Awesome. Make me an observation check, a judgment observation.
Question, is the roll that I'm making, is it challenging or like a lower difficulty than that?
Challenging is what?
Challenging is 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it lower than that? Or equal?
I'm trying. Actually, do I have this in my notes from back then? I may just. Was after that. It is difficulty 5. Yes.
Okay. In that case, I have a racial ability that I'm going to use called Blessed Are We, and it says once per day, when performing a test of difficulty challenging 6 or less, you may instantly succeed it and cause a critical success roll.
Oh my!
Well, okay.
So
Sure.
it's a human thing.
It's a human.
I got to choose.
We're just good at it.
Choose like one human trait, and it's that you just get to succeed one thing. But I can only do it once per day.
That's crazy. And
I critical succeed.
Man, come on, Trevor. What are you doing to me?
It's a human thing.
This is quite the role to choose to use it on too.
Yeah.
This was
good
beautiful.
ending.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah, you go about at this console here, and you work security, and you're not a muscular guy, so you probably focus more on, of course, negotiating and contracts and business and that such. But apparently, you have quite some skill in programming and at least the functionality of computer systems. You're maybe not cracking any codes, but the computer here wasn't necessarily encoded or encrypted or really locked in any way. It was currently in use, so it's not like you need a password to do anything. It was currently in use. It's simply navigating the operating system and being able to identify what's in there and how to use it.
Probably back to your log.
Yeah. Just clicking on random icons, seeing, what do they bring up. It's a human thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, this meat factory has been repurposed into a sort of laboratory, and as Ulf said, they are taking people and they are messing with their genetics through a substance that is at least code-named Dragon's Blood. You can actually pull up a molecular breakdown of it, some genetic information, things that are scientifically over your head.
Very much so.
But with a critical success...
Bring those to me.
With a critical success in their control room, you have free run of this facility. You can open the pods, you can turn off the lights, you can blare music, but you get from observation and intelligence gathering that this is very experimental. They've had quite a few failures. In fact, they've had only failures, but the degree of failure has been decreasing. They're getting more and more successful as this goes on. And they've been having the Formaulers abduct people, bring them here so they could experiment on them on a regular basis. They've probably gone through a good dozen or so people at this point, each of them ending in failure with a non-viable Dracospliced. There are two experiments currently in operation.
Am I able to stop those from the console?
Yeah.
I will do that.
Okay. You stop those.
And then I will open all of the pods.
Okay.
Oh no.
You open all of the pods.
That might be
Thank
very,
you.
very bad.
Yeah, I
Cass.
was about to say that might be bad.
Cass,
We're rescuing people, right?
you are moving about this facility, dodging spells, reflecting other spells, warping time so that things don't happen or happen again. Chrono Dreamers, they ruin combat for the GM. Unfortunately, we don't get to play it out. Oops. But you are moving about this.
We'll just get to say that I'm super cool. I don't have to prove it.
It's
Oh.
it's amazing.
Because you are. Anybody who otherwise will have an issue with my mech.
Yeah, you can see the Mecha Ripper just like pick one of the big Formaulers up and just use them to baseball bat a Hierophant.
Amazing.
And then as the Chrono Dreamer, you can look forward, rewind time a bit. The Mecha Ripper goes back, takes the same guy and smacks another Hierophant. And then time shudders and they form back together, and two of these Hierophants go flying, and there's just this beaten, broken mess of a thug gripped by the Mecha Ripper. But while you are doing these time shenanigans, you can go to these pods. Most of them show minimal or no biosigns, life functions, heart rate, breathing, that sort of stuff. A number of these pods are in stasis for the most part.
Okay.
You get to one towards one end of the room. Roll me a d6.
Oh boy, Janet.
By the way,
Odds
that
means it's Janet.
Oh, okay. By the way, for that observation check you asked for me earlier, I got 2 6s and 3 5s.
All right.
And 2 3s.
My.
And I just rolled a 3.
Okay.
What?
Yes. You go over to this one pod and you can look at the biosigns, and it's not labeled Janet or anything, but the medical chart there does list in description a human female of the appropriate age and build, so it's most likely Janet. At that time, you hear all of the pod, when the glass begins lifting up. This orange viscous goo comes out from the base.
I'll just like mimic Chrono Leap away
Right.
from the goo.
Yeah, you just appear where you were 3 seconds ago. Yes. In the pod you are standing in front of, as the goo flows out, you see the elderly, later middle-aged form of Janet sort of slump against the glass, and then as the glass continues to rise, falls out of the pod, slams down on the ground.
Nope.
And starts twitching, just having a seizure.
I guess I will step through the goop because goop doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
And I do have several medi shots. I also have
Mhm.
the synthetic skin. Do I know if that would do anything for her?
Make me a mentality medicament check.
Oh no. I have things in medicament, I think. No, I don't. No, I don't. And I have a mentality of, I think, 3.
Oh my.
No, 4. So it's not that bad. It's a little bad. Not as bad as it could be. Okay, so that's a 5, a 5, a 2, and a 3.
Okay.
So 2 successes.
You don't have any medical training at all. Like, you might have basic first aid and probably not even that. She's probably going into some sort of system shock. She was just in stasis being experimented on. You don't really have a medical background to understand why she's seizing or necessarily how to stop it, but you know enough to, keep her in a stable position. Maybe find something to put in the mouth, but not a part of you, because being bitten by a seizing person is very, very bad.
I'd imagine.
But you also want to make sure that she doesn't bite her tongue. You can stabilize her. You can hit her with a hypo spray, whatever they're called in this game.
I'll give her a medi shot, which gives her 15 hit points if that helps. And then I guess I'll put my bow staff in her mouth.
Yeah, you lean down and inject her with this medi shot, and she does start to calm a little bit as you hear from the opposite side of the room the shattering of glass and the rending of metal. And you look over your shoulder, and stepping out of a pod covered in this viscous orange goo is a about 8 foot tall, real bulky, scaled, hunched over individual. Face looks like it was at one point a lawn, with these long ears that have now grown even longer, but they're malformed, they're misshapen. They come off to it. One comes off to like 3 different points, and the other one kind of sags and has various different skin patches hanging off of it. The Elan face has been elongated into a draconic-like snout, and there's these bronzish orange scales that move down across their face, down around the body, and they are massive, way bulkier than an Elan normally would be. And you can see at the end of their large, long, muscular arms these massive claws. But this individual also, it's malformed. It's an abomination. It is incorrect. Viable enough that it's still up and moving, but it has small arms sticking out of its side where something did not form properly. It's hunched over, and there's this big mass of scales and flesh off to one side of its back. It moves in a limp. It has 2 eyes on one side and 1 on the other, and its mouth is fused and stretched in a weird position. This is an abomination. Certainly, assuredly not the intent, at least fully, of whatever these experiments are. but
I
it
will
lumbers.
shout to my
Mhm.
companions that I have found Janet. And then I'm just gonna square up with whatever abomination this dude is, and I'm preparing to defend Janet and hoping my comrades come to get me
Mhm.
because that's spooky.
Delightful.
I want to send the Mecha Reaper right away to protect Cass. That's like his only mission now is to protect Cass.
Okay. A Mecha Ripper is really strong. A lot of armor, a lot of HP. They can take a lot of damage. Yeah, so you can send the Mecha Ripper to go protect Cass. Is your order to protect Cass, or is your order to attack the abomination?
To protect Cass.
Okay. So the Mecha Ripper is gonna protect, move over, and just kind of stand between Cass and the Draken Spliced abomination. By this point, a number of the other individuals you've been fighting have been incapacitated by various means.
I will
Do
keep
I
killing
see
them.
anyone? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I'm just gonna keep killing them. I'm gonna throw miscellaneous spells, things like that. Probably gonna do another fire tornado, etc., etc.
Do I see anyone else that might have come out of the pods that either seems to be alive or, I guess, alive, whether they seem to be an abomination or not? Is there anyone else that seemed to have survived these experiments besides the two?
You see 5 other individuals fall limply out of these pods, each of them in varying degrees similar to the abomination that just came out, but not fully formed. One of them towards one side is much more humanoid still in shape. Some scales here and there. One arm that is way larger than the other, with claws at the end. These weird boils and patches that have developed. Clearly, invalid experiment, unviable experiment. But as that goes from individual to individual, they get more and more draconic looking. But none of them seem to be alive, and you could confirm on your control panel, none of those are showing any life signs. There is one other pod that opens up. There's 2 other pods that open up. And out from them falls a Topican that looks really mostly Topican. This person looking fairly tall, lithe individual. It has this sort of like broccoli shaped plume of green atop their head, but otherwise is very lean and tall, just covered in bark. It falls limply, but there is minimal life signs there, purposely being kept minimal. And there is a there's a Corian there as well. There's a Corian there that looks to be probably about the midway stage of whatever this transformation process is. There's some scales appearing. There's some bulk mass added to them. The face has started to elongate. But they're still showing stable.
Is there enough destruction at this point where I could likely like leave and extricate myself from the combat with the Formother gang, or is there
So
still a good amount of them there?
The individuals you were fighting before, the
Mm-hmm.
Formallers and the Hierophants, by this time you've mostly taken care of them. It is the Draken Spliced Abomination that is now the big threat. There's this 9-foot tall, massive, draconic horror in front of you.
Amazing.
But you could choose to, the lot of you, turn and run and escape from this individual, I say individual, this abomination. Or you could try to fight it.
Does it look
Something
like
else?
we can try and speak to him? Because he was clearly one of the kidnapped ones.
The actual full abomination? Or do you mean
Yeah.
the half-turned Corian?
Not the I think the half turn ones, they're all just still passed out, right? As far as I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
No, yeah, to the abomination.
The abomination, if it is intelligent enough to speak, it clearly has no intention to. It has already engaged the Mecha Ripper. It lets out this roar, this very draconic, pained roar, a roar that you've heard or heard described before. It sounds pained and sad and tortured, angry, and it throws itself against the Mecha Ripper and is doing a pretty good job at dealing with the Mecha Ripper. This is a
We need
big,
to get
powerful
out.
creature.
Yeah.
We need to get out now. Cass, grab Janet.
Let's take Janet and go.
Yeah, I'm going to grab Janet and kind of as like a last push, because I'm assuming I'm nearly out of mimicry points at this point.
Mhm.
I'm going to use the illusionary leap to make the abomination skip its turn,
Okay.
so that I have the opportunity to get me and Janet out.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Benson, bring any evidence or files that you found so we can, yes, bring them.
How quickly could I like download a bunch of random files onto my tablet?
That would be
take
another
time,
programming
or...
check. It would. You could try to grab as many. Downloading takes time. Downloading does take time.
Yeah.
It would
Could
take time.
he just take the computer?
Take the
It's
whole
like
computer.
is it a terminal or?
It's a whole control room.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like think stereotypical sci-fi control room. It's
Yeah.
multiple panels, multiple keyboards, multiple monitors all set up.
Right. Yeah. There's no. I don't think there's any way.
You would have to
Alright.
hold this position if you want to download anything substantial.
Yeah.
You can like
I'm
quickly
good.
drag and drop
Nope.
patient files, but to get any sort of scientific understanding of what was going on here or evidence of it, you would have to hold position.
You said I could grab patient files.
Sure.
Can I grab just? I'm gonna try to see if I can get the patient file of the one that's currently like fighting the Mecha Ripper. Like I want that one, and I'll be happy with just that if I can get that.
You can get the patient file for the individual it used to be. That's not the research notes on the experiment.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, it's a start. I'll still
It's a
take
start.
it.
Sure. All right.
And then I'm gonna take my plasma pistol and just like hit it against the terminal and just try to like smash the screen and then book it.
Because in proper sci-fi fashion, breaking the screen destroys the computer.
Uh-huh.
Naturally.
Grenade in there for a good measure.
Yep.
Just shoot up the whole place.
Of course.
Look, there's a reason Edwards doesn't have any points in programming. He
Yep.
does not know anything.
Yep.
Amazing.
Okay.
There's no way he was passing any more programming checks. Zero
I can-
chance.
Fair enough. I can pick up the like limp body of Janet as we run out so that nobody else has to carry it.
Are you still in the mech suit?
Yes.
Okay. Because I will remind you.
There's an
you-
explosive in there, I'm
Yeah,
aware.
Okay. Okay.
I can't get it out from inside, so if one of you guys wants to take it off me, that'd be great.
We can just leave the mech suit behind and run.
But who's gonna carry Janet? Oh wait, you're strong. You carry Janet.
Why me?
I
have my
mean-
friend here.
Your friend
Yeah.
is gonna fight the dude, and so that he doesn't come after us while we
Oh,
run
the
away.
Mecha Ripper is in a very losing battle against the Dragon
Yeah.
Splice right
Okay,
now.
understood.
That
'Cause
Mecha
I
Ripper
was
is not
actually
going to
hoping
last.
to get the other. I was hoping to get the other people that are like still passed out, so I can get them to my lab.
Well, there's 5 very dead people and 2 unconscious. One is a tree person that doesn't seem to have been affected by this at all, and the other is a Corian who is much larger than you.
Okay, then I'll take the Topican.
Okay.
As over my shoulder,
Yeah.
and I ask Cass to help me with Janet as we are booking it out of there.
Okay.
Yep.
Then I'll leave the mech suit
Okay.
and run.
As we are leaving the place, I am going to stop right at the exit, and for a moment turn around and just stretch out my hand and send a wave of energy from the, like, it's not an attack or anything, it's just a kind of like a presence of the ethereal plane to once again for it to once again affect whoever caused, like, whoever invoked the other ethereal plane to open up and call on someone, and just once again make them aware of that presence and make them aware that there is a fight, and
Okay.
whatever the fuck they're up to, if they're with the cult, they're going the fuck down.
Okay. That's a lot to communicate in a little
No,
pulse.
yeah, I know,
but
but it's more like, hey, we're not
Yeah.
here, we're not like, I am here and I'm gonna fuck you up type thing.
Sure.
Okay.
It's I don't want to say funny. It's interesting to me because I know exactly what's going on.
I mean, that you see, like,
Robin
the
probably
alarm
does too.
started flaring, and I kind of assumed that, like, oh, the cult is probably like, because necromancers are very clearly could be in the head of this cult. So this is the message that she's sending out, as she has the topican on, like, around her arm.
Does anyone want to try to blow up the mech suit?
Let's blow up the mech suit. It's been a while. Let's blow up the mech suit.
If I
Nobody's
huck a
gonna do it, I'm gonna do
reflection
it.
shard at it,
Are we
would that
far enough
explosion set
away?
off the other explosion?
Probably.
I'll do that.
You can throw a grenade a number of squares equal to twice your power, I believe. So how far is that?
I think as a mimic, I'm allowed to use finesse.
As a mimic, I believe you are allowed to use judgment, actually.
Ooh, even better. Cool. So I can huck it 12 squares.
Okay. Yeah, you are outside of its blast radius. You are fine. Yeah. So the lot of you, Alaria, sort of half dragging this tree person behind you, Asta picking up the body of Janet as you leave the mech suit behind, and of course, Edwards grabbing what you can and getting out of there towards the tail end of this. We see Cass turn around as you are making your way through the door of this meat processing plant. Turn around and just chuck one of these small purple diamonds as it floats. It's less of a toss like you would a grenade. You'd let it go and will it through your mimic abilities, bending space-time in like a micro warp field over towards the mech suit. The Mecha Ripper is torn apart, and this dragon splice leans over and just belches out this acidic, fiery goo on top of it before it throws itself at the still form of the of the mech suit. So the two of them, even though the mech suit isn't really fighting back, are locked in combat. You throw this reflection crystal over in that direction, and it's less of an explosion and more of a space-time distortion as the whole scene there flickers, and there's this micro singularity that forms and warps space-time. The Draken spliced abomination becomes briefly even more horrifically scarred and malformed. The mech suit, the sheer forces rip against the metal, and you can see metal plating being tossed about. And, of course, the grenade unattaches from beneath the mech suit, and you can see it warp and explode. And it begins to explode, and then it stops and shifts, shrinks a little bit, and explodes again.
My.
As the five of you, carrying two unconscious individuals, action movie your way away from these explosions.
Amazing. I am running away.
I'd imagine everybody is moving as
Looking
fast
at-
as they can back to the barricade and back into, the slums of this sector. There are other problems for the Four Maulers right now. You are accosted by a few of them as they come up, and you have to fight them off a bit. The lot of you, probably not Edwards so much, because you were less involved in the fight. Even Cass, to a minor degree, you probably took some injuries. But the lot of you have expended most of your abilities. You've taken damage. You're exhausted, you're beaten. So it's tough knowing that there's a whole compound here that is basically at least half of it coming down on your location. And then you hear that pained roar again. And you turn back to the meat processing factory, and you can see this Draken spliced slowly hobbling, one arm blown off, dripping this orange goo that is smoldering in the atmosphere. And it lurches forward, smashes off part of the section of the wall, and roars out into the facility. And those who weren't already running towards the alarms of the hangar disregard you and focus their attention on trying to take out this Draken spliced, as the four of you and the unconscious two, Janet and a tree person, make your way as fast as you can out of Four Molar territory.
Hey, we got Janet.
Guys, we got Janet.
God, Janet, we're still alive.
We're still alive and we have Janet. That's a
I'm so
success.
surprised. Okay, yay! Thank you so much for a wonderful game.
I
That
had a
was
lot of fun.
incredible.
Yeah.
It has been
That was
lovely.
great.
So that the Make It Harder that was bought by Hessen before was actually the Draken Splice being viable at the end boss fight there.
Oh,
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it really
Mm.
play out in combat. But that's I've used these against. I've used a fully formed Draken Spliced against a party. Bravin, you may remember, and it was problematic. So this is about how the fight would have gone.
Yeah, that sounds
the
terrifying.
description alone, yeah, that was amazing. Well done.
Yay!
As you run away, commotion in the background. Are there any final scenes you guys would like to have? I like to provide epilogues. If not, we can cut action movie style with an explosion.
I mean, we can finish in the explosion, but my plan was to get the Topican and Janet both like back to health and ask them about everything that's good, everything that's happened, so we can find a way to take those people down.
I'd imagine they're back in wherever you have your setup.
In my silenced lab.
You're tending to them, probably performing non-invasive and minorly invasive experiments on your own.
Well, I am trying to help them, but
yeah.
I have my curiosities of what was done to them.
Yeah.
I'm pretty content with that. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go
I
for
guess
a
I could-
nice dinner.
All right.
All I can really ask, was there anything interesting on the file that I managed to snag? Like, can I at least know who that person was?
Was this individual anyone actually interesting?
Was it the annoying prissy guy?
Who?
I don't
I
know.
think that was the description. I was casually asking for a lead on Rob's character.
Yeah.
And that was
That was Edwards. Yeah.
Oh, I am dumb.
Yeah,
I was
that
like,
was
he's an
that was it.
ambassador, right? So like I tried asking about important people to see if we could get that hook.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the Korean individual, he pissed off the wrong person in the Four Maulers. He was a Four Mauler. He got on somebody's bad side and he was shoved into a pod. That's about what you get. Yeah.
Okay. Not as much of a lead as I would have hoped, but interesting enough.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. So, well, that is where we will end our show. We can pull back from all of this, and just to place it in the timeline for anybody who may remember, we pull back from the slums here and out in one of the large, transparent aluminum windows of the space station, and we see this small white dragon just circling the station with a few small individuals clinging on to the back. As we see inside the station, the rebounding explosion that had just occurred. One final jab back to anyone who may remember season 1 of RPGs I've covered.
Nice.
That's where we're going to end it. That's all I have for today. That was a great game, guys. That was fantastic.
Wonderful.
Definitely so. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Amazing roleplay. Like I said, I told each of you individually or as part of our session 0, I'm never going to stop roleplay, and you guys really talked to each other in character. You thought about the situations in character. There was a lot of good personal growth, team building growth, a lot of good critical thinking, creative thinking about what was going on. So we didn't get too involved in any of the combat, and I do think Veil of the Void combat is really interesting, very cinematic. There's a lot of really cool things you can do, but it's still combat. It goes turn by turn. Everyone has to look at their options, decide what they're doing, work out action economy, record numbers and whatnot. So it takes some time. So I actually tend to like to pull back out of combat and do these sort of narrative combat scenes. I think it's more interesting, especially from a show standpoint. But hey, you guys in the audience can let me know. We are pressing right up against time, but I do want to say thank you everybody in the audience for stopping by. We had quite a lively chat that I tried to keep my eye on, so thank you all for hanging out with us. We had some great donations today. I believe I'm gonna have to go back and check, but I believe we got $65 or $75 today. I will go back and check. That is all recorded separately through the tracker, so I will know exactly how much is recorded and whatnot. But thank you so much for all that. We had to make it harder, which was always fun, and it allowed me to not only describe that dragon spliced, which I'm glad I was able to do, but also beat up the Mecha Ripper with no problem and create an exploding mech suit, which was a great way to end the show. So I appreciate the $50 for making it harder, because making it harder does make it cooler. It ratchets up the mayhem and makes it so much more fun. We had some great re-rolls today. And we are approaching our first $250 giveaway. We're about 35 or $85 away from our $250 mark. That will trigger a giveaway. There's all kinds of cool prizes in there, whether it is core rule books from different games, whether it's a bundle of smaller indie games. We have art services and GMing services. We have fiction books and all kinds of stuff that you can pull from. So keep checking back and keep donating if you want a chance not only to support a very important cause right now, but to maybe win something of your own. That is what I have. Let me throw it back to my players real quick so you can say your farewells and remind them where we can find more of your amazing content and your amazing roleplay abilities. Let's start reverse order we had from before. Bravin, thank you for hopping in to the second half here. It was great having you around.
Yeah, and first I'm going to apologize. My camera just died, so I've got this lovely still of me to remain for the rest of the episode, but that's okay. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. I love the system. It was great. And also, for those of you out there, this is a fantastic cause that Jack is supporting. It is really important that we do everything we can in order to defend reproductive rights, and attempt to do what we can to help those in need, to help protect as many people as we can, and avoid really the many consequences that this is likely to cause. But with that, these are great organizations that are working for an excellent cause, so please consider donating. And Jack, thank you so much for the game. It was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me make it fantastic. Asta, Rose, thank you. I loved all your characters, but Asta was great.
It was wonderful playing, and it was wonderful being here with all of you guys. It was incredibly enjoyable. I loved the system, and I loved role-playing with all of you, and really just exploring some really, really fun things. So if you want to see more of me, you can find me on Twitter at Rose Valorum, or you can find me at D20Tales on YouTube. You can find some of my content there.
And I believe we had I know I saw Russell, so we might have had some more D20 folk.
A couple, yeah, definitely.
Yes, we did.
Nice.
So, some of them popped in.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. And of
Thank you for
course,
having me.
our other D20 Tales guest here with us.
So, first of all, Jack, thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of this. Really, I'm just gonna repeat over here because one, it is such an important cause, especially after the recent changes. This is one of the most important things that needs to be talked about right now. Otherwise, there's going to be consequences that will be unable to prevent. So I am just so honored and so happy to be a part of this game, and by doing something that I love with all of my heart, I'm able to support the cause that I truly believe in. So thank you so much for organizing this amazing game. It was so much fun. I am so happy with the story that we created, and like I said before I was definitely very anxious because it's the first time I was playing with the system, but I absolutely love how it worked and what kind of story we're able to create together, and I'm looking forward to more. So again, thank you so much. It was lovely. You can find me on Twitter under Katya Saturday, or looking forward to meet you all through D20 Tales. Stay tuned on that.
All right. And we may be seeing more of Katya as well. And of course, bringing us home here last but certainly not least, Cassiopeia. Haley, thank you so much for being around, telling a great story, being
some
Cass.
of the most fun. It was so much fun. I made so many character choices on the fly, and I'm so glad that they went over well. Oh my goodness, it was so much fun playing with you all. Thank you, Jack, for putting this all together. And again, repeating it, but super important cause, very near and dear to my heart. So I'm glad that I could be here, and I'm excited to come back. I'll be back for Wednesday's Alchemical Romance. Very excited. But yeah, if you want to see more of my shenanigans, you can find me at Haley Ann on Twitter, or you can find me in all of the fun roleplay chaos that is my main cast, Another Bad Side Quest. You can find us on Twitter and Twitch. We stream every Tuesday at 6:30. But yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, the four of you, for joining me here. Telling a great story is only possible when you have great storytellers to tell it with. I had so much fun with all of this. I love the characters you created. I love the ways you went about engaging and creating the story. It's a collaborative storytelling experience, and I had a ton of fun. I hope you guys in the audience had a ton of fun. I've already done my spiel about donating, but that link will remain open all throughout July. You don't need to wait for a show to donate. If you didn't get a chance to now, if you're watching this on YouTube later and it's still the month of July, I will have a link down in the description that you can go and donate. This is all about raising money for the cause and for reproductive rights and for abortion access and for protecting the foundation of human rights and our society. This is not about my channel. I would love follows, subscriptions. I think I saw a few, so thank you for all of that. But really, if you can give anything, give to the cause. If you never show up on my channel again, that's fine. I'd hope you would, because I think I tell good stories with amazing people. Come here for the people, because I bring in some cool people. And I would love to work with any of these guys going forward. We'll talk about that later. Thank you all for hanging out. I had such a great time. We're going to be doing even more of this throughout the month of July. Haley already said on this upcoming Wednesday, we're going to have Alchemical Romance, a sort of fantasy breakfast club high school hijinks game. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to run that. That is going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And the next day, on Thursday, we're going to be doing Monster Hearts, and that is going to be run by Zoe at Zoe Trooper, who you may remember from this last season of RPGs Uncovered with Lost Eons. And it seems our cameras are freaking out, so that is probably a great time for us to call it for the day. That's everything I had anyway. Go look at all the places, press all the buttons, most importantly, donate, and come hang out with us on Discord and Twitter. As always, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, keep having fun. Keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more month of one-shot charity content. And you know, in celebration, after a hard day's work blowing up a meat factory and rescuing people, it's nice to celebrate with a filling dinner of seasoned heart tomatoes. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank Thank you
Bye,
so much,
everyone.
everyone. Good night.
Bye.